hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody out there who's checking out this with me tonight. I want to thank everybody for their time and attention ahead of time. And my goodness, big shout out to Mr. 43TX, Urban Eagle, Sleepy, G 2011, all my wrench mob. Make sure you make sure that you can hear me. If you can hear me clearly, hit the number 1 button. Let me know that you can. As you know, my name is Dennis Spurling. This is my podcast. And I try to talk about current issues and put them in context for people. And one of the issues being addressed right now, one of the issues that's hot, that nobody wants to talk about, that you won't see on mainstream media because it's not it's not something anybody wants to deal with. I will, and that is that you have a lot of Latinos who are participating in these ICE raids. Let me say it like this. It's not like they're all being herded in. In fact, many of them are the ones doing the herding. And of course, there's been the tragic incidents that happened in Minnesota where 2 Americans were shot and killed by masked ICE agents. But here, let's start with the facts, because the facts don't care about optics or feelings, nor do they care about political spin. The majority of ICE agents that we see on television and on our social media are Latino. And here's the thing. Many of you have noticed because you listen to their accents. We can, Donald Trump has even pointed out that he said it on a television broadcast himself, and he said it repeatedly across multiple media appearances. He used it as a defense against people who criticize ICE as if immigration enforcement can't be racist, okay? Because so many of the agents are Latino. Brown faces, don't magically erase racist outcomes. And that argument doesn't disprove racial targeting. It just tries to hide it behind representation. So whether you support deportation or not, the way immigration enforcement is being carried out is clearly racially targeted. You can believe in strong borders and still call racism what it is. And the fact actually makes the situation even more disturbing. Here's why. At the beginning of 2025, ICE had about 10,000 agents. By early 2026, that number had doubled, and it was actually more than double. It was 22,000. That increase was roughly about 12,000 new hires in just over a year. That's 120% growth. Now, it's one of the largest federal law enforcement hiring sprees in modern history. They fired a bunch of folks in DC and turned around and hired 12,000 new employees to work for ICE. Okay, now about 30% of ICE agents are Latino. So let's do the math. 30% of 12,000 new hires, that's 3,600 Latino agents. So I guess around 36, if you really want to think about it, 3,600 people looked at the job posting. They saw what was going on in 2025, late 20, and they said, what sounds like a great use of my time? Putting on a badge and helping the system drag my own community in chains. Okay? I guess they didn't have anything to do better. When you look at the DHS website, Border Patrol, and you look at the data, about 50.9%, that's 51% of Border Patrol agents are Hispanic or Latino. That's more than half. Okay, 44% are white, 1.65%, which is less than 2%, are black, and less than 1% are Asian. The Border Patrol is anywhere from 19 to 21,000, which means about 9,700, 10,000, 11,000 Latino border agents, okay? You got about 9,000 white and altogether about 400 black and Asian, which is combined, you see? So in plain language, Latinos make up about half of the entire Border Patrol. So let's add the ICE agents and the border agents together. ICE is 22,000 agents plus 20,000 Border Patrol agents. That's 42,000 Federal Immigration Enforcement Office. That's the biggest police force in America. Okay, and even if we use a conservative estimate, that's about 6,600 Latino ICE agents, about 10,200 Latino border agents, which puts it at about a little under 17 or 16,800 ICE/border agents. That's 40% of the entire immigration enforcement. 40% of the entire immigration enforcement. Think about that. So you can argue policy all day. You can support deportation or you can oppose it, but you can't escape the facts. Immigration enforcement hits Latino communities the hardest. And it's heavily enforced by Latino and Hispanic enforcement agents. And these numbers don't come from bloggers. They don't come from activists. This is not about vibes. They come straight from DHS announcements and EEOC workforce data and official Border Patrol reports. So here's the thing I want you to understand, okay? And here's why I'm even speaking about this, okay? See, it's impossible to ignore because, this part goes straight to the heart of the issue. Latino communities are being targeted. Families are being torn apart in real time. Children are watching their parents taken away in vans, sent to detention centers. And yet, in the middle of this pain, Black people are being asked a question, and that should never be asked seriously. And that question is, why aren't you Blacks out here protesting with us? Why aren't you Blacks risking your body, your freedom, your job, and maybe your life to fight the system? Now, let me be clear. As a group, I think I can speak on behalf of not all Black people, but the vast majority of Black people. I think we can agree based on our actions that we've decided to take a break. We are literally and figuratively sitting on the couch with our feet up. We are resting. But still, they keep asking us. And I feel like this is going to go on for the next 3 or 4 years while this enforcement has kicked up. Keep in mind, these ICE agents are bound to a 5-year contract, which means they're going to be here. Here's the other thing I want you all to consider. While most Black people voted for Donald Trump, most Hispanic men voted for the same political movement that created this very same enforcement system. Trump won 54% of the Latino male voters nationwide, according to the exit polls. Trump is, that makes him the first Republican in decades to win Latino men as a group. Overall, he got 46% of the Latino voters, and that's still too close. Okay. If they voted along the lines of black people, we wouldn't have this president. Now, whatever your political leanings are, that's something that you need to weigh. Okay, those are not opinions. These are the numbers. So let me explain it like this. You voted for this immigration firestorm. You have been, you decided or you helped staff the fire department. You watched the flames spread through your neighborhoods, and now you want black people to run into the burning building for you. To fight who? I mean, who exactly do you want me to fight? You literally got a bunch of essays with masks on, toting guns, speaking broken English, kicking down doors, pulling other Latinos out of their homes and destroying Latino families. And that's who you want us to fight, your own people. And so I think I can speak on behalf of not all black people, but I think they would, even the ones that support, getting ICE to tamper things down a little bit, the level of entitlement is unbelievable. More importantly, that's not our fight. I mean, here's the thing, family. The arrogance is not random. It's quite familiar. It shows something black people have noticed for a long time. The quiet belief that they have been raised to believe that, us negritos are beneath them, okay? That their lives are worth more than us mayates. Okay, we are us negros. We don't matter as much. And see, it's this kind of racism that doesn't always look loud or violent. It doesn't always use slurs. It works through status, through closeness to whiteness, and through disrespect for our black struggle and black achievement, while still expecting black people to do the work. And it didn't come out of nowhere. Latin America was shaped by a harsh colonial system imposed upon them by Spain and Portugal. And that system ranked people by blood, it ranked them by skin color and how close they were to Europe. They had the white Spaniards on top, the indigenous people and the Africans at the bottom. And that was the system. And from that system came something called blanqueamiento. And that's the idea that becoming more white meant becoming better. It taught that beauty, intelligence, and success come from whiteness, not from education, not from building wealth, not from establishing long-standing institutions. Just being white alone will do it. That's it, just being white. If you ain't white, you ain't right. If you're black, get back. If you're brown, stay down. And then you have something called mejor la raza. That actually translates to whiten the race. In other words, reduce the blackness, erase the indigenous roots. And see, these ideas were taught, they were repeated and passed down for generations. They appear in history books, in social studies and census records and marriage trends and in media images. And see, this is not black propaganda. I'm not pro-black. Okay? I'm not one of these people that's trying to steal people's culture and tell you that, America was Africa before Africa was America. I'm not that guy. I'm basing what I'm telling you guys on well-documented history. You can ask your Latino friend and they'll tell you. Okay? If you look at a 2013 academic study that came out of Sweden, that study found that Venezuela ranked as the most racist country in the Americas. Yes, That same Venezuela that sent all these hooligans and criminals up here that we are now rounded up and sending home. All these doctors, lawyers, and engineers that they sent here from Venezuela under Joe Biden. Let me say it like this. That means that Venezuela is more racist than the United States, which is down the list. Despite America's long history of anti-indigenous racism, anti-black racism, anti-Asian, anti-Latino racism, Venezuela ranks higher. Let that sink in. And here's the thing. This is not ancient history. This is still alive. And yes, I know that their people were conquered. I know that Spain destroyed indigenous civilizations. I know the sword and the cross were used to dominate, but that was 500 years ago, right? That's over, right? So I'm going to say what you all say to black people when we talk about slavery. Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. Get over it. Because instead of dealing with the history honestly, too many chose to accept it and repeat it. And now you want to aim it at black Americans while chasing the desire to be closeness to whiteness. And then you brought the mindset here and expect black people to absorb the damage for you. And we're not having it. Not in any way. We are not having no parts of that. Now, let me add another layer that black people are painfully aware of. Even if others want to pretend not to see it, we are not naive about the documented anti-black racism coming from segments of the Latino political class and parts of the Latino street culture here in the United States. This isn't abstract theory. This isn't something we heard online. We hear the names, the dates, we got receipts, we got public consequences. Look at that situation that happened in October 2022 that was reported in the LA Times. And it was reported on a leaked recording that nobody thought was recorded. It was October 2021 closed door meeting involving LA City Council member President Nuri Martinez and council members Kevin De Leon and Gil Cedillo. These are officials. Okay, and the LA County Federation on Labor President Ron Herrera. What came out that tape wasn't policy debate. It was open contempt for black people and political power, including Martinez's racist remark about Councilman member Mike Bonin, who and his young son. Now zoom out of that. Let's go from there. Let's go to City Hall. Let's go to street level. We've seen anti-black targeting, and we see what it looks like. In Los Angeles, the federal government had to literally prosecute racially motivated attacks aimed at forcing black families out of their homes. One of the clear examples is what happened in Ramona Gardens in public housing over in Boyle Heights in Los Angeles. I mean, it was reported on the news. May 12th, 2014, a Hispanic gang member identified as Hernandez and other gang members prepared Molotov cocktails and they firebombed the apartments occupied by black families. And the whole point was they were intended to get the black people out the complex. And then he later pleaded guilty, conspiracy to violate civil rights, and was sentenced. And after he admitted the victims were targeted because of their race. This is street crime. So this is not just the political class. This is all the way down to the street crime. It lets you know it's cultural. I mean, this is not the Klan we're talking about. This is not 1955. This is 2014. And see, here's the cold part about it. It's not just a California thing. Right here in Houston, Texas, Houston Community College became ground zero for allegations that black employees were being systematically pushed out or blocked while Hispanic leadership consolidated power. Now, I want you to understand where the Houston Community College is. It is in Third Ward, Houston, Texas. Now they might call it the Museum District, whatever, Midtown. It's H-Town, it's 3rd Ward. They had to file a lawsuit in federal court, Brown v. Houston Community College. Hell, I'll give you the case number 4, semicolon 20 CV 02186, Southern District of Texas. It was filed on June 22nd, 2020, alleging racial discrimination and retaliation and attempting to proceed on behalf of a broader group of Black employees. This is what we have to do. Texas being the most populated state for Black people in America. It's currently pending before Judge, the Honorable Lynn Hughes. You understand what I'm saying? This is what we're dealing with. It's been all over the news here. But see, here's the funny thing is, let me get this back together. So you're asking us to show up in March? When I say us, I'm talking about Black people. You asking Black people to show up in March and protest and sacrifice. Black people, I mean, this is what you want us to do? And what you see happening is Black people doing a sober cost-benefit analysis based on our lived experience. Why would we feel compelled to put our bodies on the line for solidarity when the record shows that Latino political actors scheme to undercut Black political power, when you got federal prosecutors describing racially motivated intimidation aimed at Black tenants? You got Black workers in our own institutions deliberately excluded and targeted while others try to consolidate power. Again, we're not talking about the Ku Klux Klan. We're talking about the Latinos, people who are first-generation immigrants. And see, we need to be honest about the power dynamics. The more your community grows, the more political culture and institutional power it gains. And there's nothing wrong with a community gaining power unless that power is used to marginalize Black people or practice anti-Black racism, trying to lock us out of opportunity, displace us from our neighborhoods, and treat us like an obstacle instead of allies. So no, this isn't confusion, and it's not indifference. It's awareness, okay? That solidarity is not automatic; it's earned. And when Black people see documented contempt, documented targeted, documented allegations of exclusion, you don't need to act like you shocked when we decide we're not volunteering to be your shock troops for somebody else. Why would we do that? And the truth is, if I can be so frank, there's a lot of Black people who did not vote for Donald Trump who are happy to see these immigrants being rounded up and sent home just because of that. All the Black people in the chat room, if you don't have a problem with Trump rounding these immigrants up and sending them home, let them know. Type no problem, just so we can get a polling. We don't have a problem with it. And that's another thing. But either way, I got some video footage, because see, the fact that, and we still got to get back to the fact that a majority of these DHS, ICE, and Border Patrol members are Latino. And the thing is, they know about it. Let's go ahead and look at some video footage. Y'all hit the #1 button. Let me know you're clear.
People, shame on you. I hope right now your ancestors are looking at you. Look at you right now, brother. Stand up. Stand up. How did your family get here? My tax money put you in school. You came here without no papers. Now you're an American. Thank you. Out of the way and pay us back. We love you, brother. Don't forget that. Everybody take a picture of you.
Yeah, so you see that Hispanic gentleman yelling at the ICE agent. Let's keep looking.
I don't know what you just said. I don't speak Spanish.
So this is a Black woman saying, I don't speak Spanish, because his accent is so thick, She can't even understand what he's saying. All right.
I'm speaking Spanish.
I just heard your Spanish accent. I don't know what you said. You're speaking entirely too fast. I don't really want to engage with you, honestly.
Just me.
I'm just letting you know I'm here.
It's for you.
A Hispanic ICE agent in Minnesota was confronted by a leftist who criticized his Spanish accent while saying she was defending immigrants.
Listen.
Impeding.
Listen.
I'm done talking to you.
Listen.
You can get out of my
If
face.
you continue that, we're going to arrest you.
See, here's what I want you to understand. People keep saying, well, why does race matter? Because they keep trying to get black people to join in on some black and brown unity. So they're saying they're targeting us. You see, so if you want us to join in and help you fight because of this racial targeting, and I think anybody with eyes can clearly see the ICE is targeting black and brown immigrants. I don't see them targeting any illegal immigrants from Canada or Ukraine or anything like that. I don't see that. I see them clearly targeting black and brown people. That's pretty clear to anybody with eyes and who will be honest. But you all want us to come join in and help you because they're separating your families. And turn out it's your own people. It's your own men mostly separating your families. It's your own members of your own group. Okay? So how would you want us to handle that? Let's keep looking at the videos. Okay? Hit the number 1 button so we can make sure you know. I need to know you can hear it.
What are you? Don't push up. You can be my family member. You can be my family member. What you do, hit a girl?
You hear that? These are a bunch of Hispanic dudes out there harassing these Hispanic illegal immigrants or illegal immigrants, because it's both legal and illegal immigrants being targeted.
Are you gonna hit a girl or what? Are you hit a woman? He doesn't like he want to be here. He doesn't want to be here at all. Or you.
Yeah, you want to be there, baby. You want to be there for
Fuck,
money.
dude.
You see? So the masks are now coming off. I'm starting to understand why they're wearing masks now. I'm starting to see why they have these guys in masks. Because the American public doesn't know it's a bunch of Hispanic dudes, police and other Hispanic people. And you want us to get involved in that. I just want you to think about that, the irony. Let's keep listening.
A ver, cuando entré al país tuve mi corte.
Okay.
Ya fue cerrada.
Okay.
Sí.
¿Y no te dijeron nada?
No.
Después de eso. Ok, ahorita porque estás aquí ilegalmente, no tienes nada de estar aquí.
Bueno,
ya revisamos todo. En tu caso no tienes nada de como récord para estar aquí en los Estados Unidos. Ok, so ahorita te vamos a poner en detención, te van a procesar el caso de nuevo y de ahí van a decidir.
Vamos a ahorrarnos tiempo.
¿Ah?
Vamos a ahorrarnos tiempo.
¿Cómo?
Somos,
¿Es de verdad?
sí, claro. Somos residentes los dos.
Ok, déjame revisar eso, ¿ok?
Okay.
Permíteme un momento.
And this, and just so you know that there are not. I mean, she's lying to this guy, right? Telling him what he has to do, and she's taking advantage of the fact that he may not know the process or might not know his rights. And you want us to come in and help you fight against this. So it's not just men; it's also women. This is something known to the Latino community as they ask us to help come put our bodies in the line of fire. They know what other members of their community are doing as far as not only supporting deportation, but actually working for ICE and getting paid. Okay?
¿Por qué no
Dame la tuya,
necesitas esta de principio?
¿Cómo?
¿Por qué no me...?
No, porque me pidió la ID y pienso que la ID también hasta la fecha esa, ¿sabes? Es
No
legal.
estoy diciendo que no es real, nomás estoy...
Somos residentes hace rato ya.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is proven on that particular video. Let's keep looking and check out. Here's another one.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent.
I want you to listen to this.
Agent question.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. I still, you have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at? Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb after
Both of them have an accent. He's like, why are you asking me about my accent? You have an accent too. Think about it. Both of these people are born in some Hispanic country somewhere, and the ICE agent is sweating him about his, so he's racially profiling him based on his accent, which is generally, I thought, was illegal in this country until the Supreme Court recently ruled. But just think about that. Okay, these are the people walking around beating up Americans and, unaliving folk. But they want us to jump in the middle of this. This seems to be a family fight. Somebody type family fight in the chat room. You can't on one hand be angry that they're deporting your uncle, and on the other hand, be happy that your nephew got the job to deport your uncle. I want y'all to think about that, okay? And then you want us to jump in the middle and put our black bodies between whatever internal conflict you all have on. You want us to leave our couch. You want us to take our feet down off the couch, to move away from our resting time, to come out here and help you fight with your nephews and uncles and sons and fathers who've taken a job working for ICE. I just want you to think about that, okay? I just want you to think about the irony there. And why would they think we as black people would put our bodies between? Why don't they ask the Samoans? And I don't want to pick on the Samoans. I like the Samoans. I don't want to pick on you all, but you all are much bigger than us pound for pound. You're fighting. There's some fighting people, these Samoans. Why don't you ask the Vietnamese? Why don't you ask them to come help you out? How about the Hmong people? They're strong too. Get the Hmong people. Okay, what about all the people from Afghanistan? Get the Afghanis to come help you fight ICE. Why are you calling black people? Huh? Why is it that you think that black people are supposed to come out there? I want you to think about that. Let's keep listening to this.
After an agent questioned whether he was a citizen because of his accent.
I'm from this country. You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country. So you just raised an accent? What country are you from?
According to Manera, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019. They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet, before letting him go. Manera, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, "Are you okay? That we're gonna take you? I don't want to lose you." And I'm like, "You're not gonna lose me." Even though I'm a citizen, I'm still afraid because they don't care if you're a citizen or not. And especially because I know I have a really strong accent speaking English. I know I can be a target because that's who are they targeting, just because our appearance and because of our accent.
So I believe him. Okay, I believe what he's saying. They are targeting Hispanics because of their accent. They're targeting because of their skin color. They're racially profiling them. And I don't see them running down any white folk from Canada and Ukraine. And according to the research, there's anywhere between 500 to 800,000 illegal white European people who are in this country illegal. But I don't see them getting rounded up. So you all can make with that what you will. But my question is this: why is it that you all keep trying to get black people to come help you fight this war? Now I want to keep looking. Let's keep looking at these videos. Hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly.
I don't want to hear one Mexican or one Latino say anything about black people ever again. You need to look inside of your house, because the call is coming from the house. This is an unearthed photo of ICE agents that has surfaced. Latinos deporting Latinos. The call is coming from inside.
Somebody type, the call is coming from in the house. Latinos deporting Latinos, but you want black people to come help you stop your own people from deporting you? Think about that. It's not like you asking us to file lawsuits. You actually want black people to come out there and put our body between other Latinos who've taken a job and are being paid to deport you, who have guns. This is what you're asking black people to do. This is what you're asking black people to do. Why is that? Why do you think we would do that? Why don't you ask the white people to come out there and do that? Why don't you get the Latino men who voted for Donald Trump 54%? Why don't you get them to do that? And look, irrespective of whatever your leanings are, I'm going to tell you, I 100% support deporting illegal immigrants. Hell, I'm all for making sure the legal immigrants are here are doing what they're supposed to do. I don't agree with how the immigration process is going. I think it's a violation of due process. I have a problem with that. But that's a whole nother subject. You want black people to get extrajudicial, come out there and sing "We Shall Overcome" and "Let Freedom Ring." Okay, and the Black National Anthem, while ICE is beating people up and hitting people in the head with pepper spray, with the understanding that the people who are doing it and working for ICE are other Latinos. This is what you all want us to do. Let's think about that. Let's continue listening.
At the house. Now I know why. They know where y'all at all the time. They know when y'all going to church. They know when y'all going to court. They know when y'all going grocery shopping. They know when y'all going to work. Because they have Latinos who telling them where y'all at.
So basically, brother said, and y'all snitching on each other. Y'all snitching and telling. Y'all calling the slave catchers on each other. This is not what we do as black people. We don't call the slave catchers on each other. That's not what we do. But either way, let's keep listening.
The call is coming from within inside the house. I know black people, y'all always say that black people don't stick together. But I know black people wouldn't be deporting black people.
It wouldn't be.
To other countries.
And let me run that number back. It's only 1.6%, 1.65 ICE agents. That's all we have. It's only 1.6. That's less than 2%. Okay, Hispanics have 50% border agents, 40% ICE and border agents combined. Black people are less than 2%. We largely don't want to get involved in that business, that blood business. We have a distaste. It's distasteful. This is who we are. We don't want to get involved in separating people from their families and snatching kids up and deporting kids. We don't want to get involved in that, one way or the other. And you all keep asking black people to get off the bench and come help you get in this business. Go talk to your family members. Tell them the money is not worth it. Leave us alone.
We might not be together, but we wouldn't do no shit like this, y'all. This are their own people, y'all, proudly smiling about deporting their own people. Now we know where they know where y'all be at. Be chasing y'all down the street. How much you think that making y'all? About $75,000 to $100,000. That making some good money according to them smiles on their faces.
Y'all happy about
it? But I don't want to hear nothing about black people, cause we ain't doing this. No, we ain't doing this. But these are y'all own people. Y'all own people.
That's your own
people. The ones who voted for Trump, the ones who didn't vote for Trump. They coming after all y'all. Look at all them just beautiful smiles on their faces. Latinos for ICE is in effect. So we don't want to hear nothing about black people, what black people doing. Black people ain't doing this. We just watching.
Yeah, we
but
watching.
This unearthed photo,
all the black people type, we watching.
Tell y'all,
not our business.
The call is coming from inside the house. Ain't that a bit? That's crazy. They own people.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, let's check this out. Just in case just so you all know, they're not doing it reluctantly. Okay, this is not something we gotta, oh my God, we're so, we gotta do it. Check my boy out. This is on internet. Now there's some music here. He in here dancing. Look at my boy. Look at that. That's you. That's your people. All you Latinos, that's your people right there. Okay, this is him. Proud. That's your people. This is what you want us to stop him from deporting you all. You want black folk to jump in the middle. It looked like he happy to me. Somebody type he happy. It looked like he's happy to me. This is what it looked like to me. It looked like y'all are very well aware of what's going on. Got that $10,000 a year bonus, $50,000. This is y'all. This is what your people are doing. Why y'all keep asking us to why we interfere with this man's happiness? Whole family happy. Let's think about it. This is what you want us to do. This is what you want us to do. And let me give you a taste of what it's going to be like when you get out there. Hit the #1 button if you can hear this. This is what's going to be like.
It's yet another example of how not minding the business that pays you tends to go horribly wrong. When will we learn?
That's what we're doing. That's what needs to get done. Not to the U.S. Not to the people that are out of destroy everything that's built by
Out of Venezuela. Nigga, Africana.
country. You are not from the country. Don't be stupid. You are not from the country.
And I
You hear that? So he out there protesting to try to keep the Venezuelans from being deported. And they nigga, you hear that? That's what y'all want to go out there for? You ain't got to go out there to be called the N-word. You can just listen to a rap song. Hell, go on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really. Let's just really think, is this what we doing? I mean, the nerve of you all to think we're going to come out here and help you all protest against this hot mess that you all are participating in, apparently happily. All right, let's let the brother finish speaking.
ain't even mad at that. Yep, I said it, because in our reality, that black man is actually lucky they ain't beat his ass out there, because what he was doing was playing a political game without actually knowing what was going on. Because if he actually knew Venezuelans and talked to Venezuelans before surrounding himself with Venezuelans and saying things that would be deemed offensive to them, he would know that the overwhelming majority of them are in favor of the capture of Maduro. But this is what happens when you play political games, and as a black person, you think that we are the spokes.
That's the lesson. Now, let me check just in case you think that's just one guy. You know, that's not. No. Here you go. Go ahead. Here's some more.
Pulling my man.
Big Jack, man.
Yeah. Like they start together.
We're very racist in California. We're racist motherfuckers. When we're doing time, when we're in prison, the white boys and the Mexicans, even though we're segregated, when shit gets real, we back each other up.
Oh, y'all back each other up. The white boys and the Mexicans, according to him, they back each other up against who? Who you back yourself up against? Clearly, you must back yourself up against the Arabs, and maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming y'all fight against the POs, because that makes sense. You all are prisoners. So who do you fight against, sir? Let us know. Please tell us who it is you fight against.
The blacks and the Asians.
I'm sorry. Again, hold on a minute. You fight against who? I didn't hear that. Did you all hear that clearly? Who does he say he fights against? I must have misheard. I'm sure. I'm going to listen faster this time, so I'll hear. Let's say it again, sir.
It's real, we back each other up. The blacks and the Asians, they back each other up. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, let's say we're doing time, and you guys are white boys, and it's me and a bunch of fucking beaners. We're going to team up to go fuck up all the niggers.
You going to go fuck up? I'm sorry, you going to go F up to who? Let me run that back. I'm sure I didn't hear that correctly. I'm sure that must have been, let me know. Where is my Google Translate?
We're doing time, and you guys are white boys, and it's me and a bunch of fucking beaners. We're going to team up to go fuck up all the niggers. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Somebody type hard ER in the chat room. Somebody type hard ER. That's what we doing. That's what we doing. We effing up the N words with the ER at the end. Wow, that is just amazing. So this is how you all. These are the people that you want us to come out and do what? You want us to come out and stop ICE from doing what to you? And you feel this way about us. Interesting. Somebody in the chat room type interesting. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let your white queen tell you what they really think about you. Hit the number 1 button.
For me to say what I'm about to say. And I have said it before many, many times. I was married to a conservative Latino for 6 years.
Okay.
Same conversation over and over again.
What did it say, ma'am?
You will never be white enough.
Oh. You wouldn't. Okay, let's let her finish. Let's let her finish.
We don't like Benedict Arnolds, and that's what this is.
She mean we white people don't like Benedict Arnolds. So this is how these white people are looking at all these ICE agents. See, y'all think it's just me. I've had people in the chat room tonight say, oh, you're a moron. No, the same white people that you're trying to be adjacent to, they're also Americans. And they feel the same way about sellouts and traitors the way black people, because see, we're Americans too. And the thing you all understand is white Americans and black Americans, and I'm not talking about the ones that just got here. I'm talking about them old school redneck heritage pickup truck driving, been here since 1750 white folk. We feel the same way about traitors and sellouts that white folks do. And so this lady is letting you know exactly how we feel. So you out there sending your own people home? Do you think that's going to curry favor with these white folk or these black folk? You look like a bunch of sellouts. That's what you look like. Let's keep listening to this white queen. Somebody type white queen in the chat room.
When you are brown, you speak with an accent, but you sell out your own people, we're never going to trust you. White people are using you. And that smoking mirror that you've been indoctrinated to believe that it's not going to happen to you because you're not black. As a white person, I'm just here to tell you, it will indeed happen to you.
Damn.
Because we will never trust you. We will use you to go after your own people. Oh, fuck yeah, we'll use you. You can kill white people too. We don't give a shit.
Damn.
But we will never, ever invite you in the house.
Damn. Let that meditate on that for a minute. I want you to meditate on what the white goddess queen. Just think about that. Never. I could, don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you how it is. I mean, black people have 400 plus years of history in this country. We know how things go. You don't have to believe me, but let me remind you of this. I want y'all to be reminded of who you are. You put your voting for.
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
That's unfair. This is unfair. I'm so sorry.
Let me ask you.
I'm going to say that to my mom. My mom has a bad time.
Judelka Mejia cannot believe she's going back home without her nephew, 29-year-old Yasael Almonte Mejia. Like many other immigrants, when their case is dismissed, they are detained at the hallway.
Detained at the hallway. Somebody type detained at the hallway. They are detained at the hallway. That's what's happening. They're getting detained at the hallway. Again, you all are asking black people to come out and help you all solve a problem that is easily solvable if you would just stop doing what you're doing. Okay? I mean, and here's the other thing I want you to remember how, I guess sometime during the middle of the year, it was all about, remember this? You guys remember that last year?
I remember all different groups of people coming together.
Somebody type black fatigue. Somebody type black fatigue in the chat. Remember they had that black fatigue last spring or summer? Somebody type black fatigue in the chat room. We want to
telling how they all tired of black folks.
Yes, they did.
You know what I'm saying? But now that black people ain't at these protests, y'all want us to come out and help. What happened to black fatigue?
Yeah, what happened?
Nah, I'm petty. I'm so tired of that fake kumbaya shit. Black and brown unity. Y'all folks really don't fuck with black people. Just even looking at this chart, bro,
that's the voting. Look at that. Black people, 85% voted for Kamala Harris. Latinos, 52% voted for her. But then you got this 46% on the other side. That's still too much. And if you break those numbers down more Hispanic men voted for Trump. So, I mean, let's think about that. Why you keep
asking? So flawed. black folks the only one that really tried to stand up for everybody. When it was time, bro, we always try to vote or even try to do the best thing that's going to benefit everybody.
And I need you all to understand, immigration does not benefit Black Americans. Specifically, it does not benefit Black American men. This is something that our leaders have been telling us for years. This is not something new. This is something we've known for years. Some of our greatest leaders have told us civil rights
opened the borders in 1965. But the real betrayal happened in 1994, because that's the year a Black woman tried to warn them, and they silenced her. Her name was Barbara Jordan, a civil rights icon and the first Southern Black woman elected to the House of Representatives. She wasn't a Republican. She was a Democrat royalty. President Bill Clinton appointed, because that's the year,
on a side note,
to lead the U.S. Commission on Immigration Reform.
I'm sponsoring a private viewing of the showing of the movie Inquisitor. Somebody type Inquisitor, of the movie Inquisitor here, about the life of the Honorable Barbara Jordan. She was a Texas Southern University graduate. She was a Boston College Law School graduate. So I will be sponsoring and inviting, I'm going to invite lots of congressmen, lots of people with money. Okay. It was about $1.5 million to make this movie. And they're about $100,000 short. So I've taken it upon myself to have basically a private screening of the movie and invite a lot of people, and hopefully we'll get more people to contribute so we can fill that gap for TSU. But we'll have a private screening of this this movie, and what I'll do is I'll probably do a live about it, and you guys will have an opportunity to donate also, and you know, we can contribute to this and help get this movie, and it'll air on PBS. It's set to air on PBS in late February. All right. This is the Barbara Jordan story. It's entitled The Inquisitor. And so you guys be looking out for it. If you can't, you know, if you can't make it to Houston, whatever. But let's just check it out. Y'all hit the #1 button.
President Bill Clinton appointed her to lead the U.S. Commission on Immigration Reform. Her job was to look at the data and answer one question: is immigration good for the average American worker? The Democrats expected her to say yes, but Barbara was honest. She looked at the numbers and she saw the truth. She released the report that shocked Washington. She concluded that low-skilled immigration was directly hurting the most vulnerable Americans, specifically Black men without college degrees.
Immigration hurts Black men without college degrees the most. That was what the Honorable Barbara Jordan determined. And yet, you still had the majority of Black people and the majority of Black men voting for immigration. I want you to think about that. This is how wonderful and gracious we are as people. Knowing that immigration is bad for Black people, we still didn't want to see you all get handled like this. And now you have the unmitigated nerve to ask us to get off our couch, hop in our German-built BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes, leave our 3-story, 4-story townhouses and our suburban homes to come down there to the middle of a ghetto somewhere and fight ICE, fight a bunch of masked hombres trying to snatch people up and send them back to the same country that both of them are from. This is what you want us to do? Are you kidding me? Are you out of your mind? Can I get a collective hell no from all the Black people in the chat room? Let me get 1, 2, 3, hell no. Matter of fact, let's go even deeper. Hell to the Nizal. Okay? Not at all. Let's
She said, immigration policy must put the interests of the American worker first.
Mm-hmm. The American worker. The American worker. Somebody type America first in the chat room.
Recommended cutting legal immigration by 1/3 and cracking down on illegal labor to protect Black wages.
Black way.
So, what did the Democrats do? Did they listen?
They didn't listen to the sister. They didn't listen to the black woman. That's what they didn't do. Let's keep
to this black woman that they appointed? No. Barbara Jordan died in 1996. And the moment she was gone, Bill Clinton buried her report. Instead of cutting immigration, they expanded it. They chose cheap labor over black livelihood. She gave them the blueprint to save the black middle class, and they threw it in the trash.
You hear that? Did you hear that? Did y'all hear that? So we have known for a considerably long amount of time that immigration is not good for black people. And yet we still, in our gracious, beautiful, and wonderful selves, still try to save y'all from getting deported and having to deal with what you're dealing with now. And that still wasn't enough for you all. But let's go ahead and continue. Hit the number 1 button. Let's continue. Let's continue listening to what these folk have to say, because I don't think y'all believe that fat meat is greasy. Listen to this young lady.
What if turned against us? Conversation that I was. Wait, I'm confused. I mean, maybe you guys had a conversation that I wasn't a part of, but I didn't know the black community turned against us. But thank you. Now I understand that the black community is not our ally, and that they're all assuming, guys, that us as Mexicans, we all voted for Trump. They're assuming that we're all racist, and they're assuming that we all.
We know all of you didn't vote for Trump, but we know that 54% of your men did vote for Trump. Okay. And we also know that 48 or 46% of you all voted for Trump. We know that. And we also know about Latinos for Trump. Okay. So it's a lot of bad press. So we're not making assumptions out of thin air, ma'am. And then there's that whole blanqueamiento thing and that mejor la raza thing. And that, you know, and your black grandma that you never, that your abuela negra that you never want to tell anybody about. Let's keep listening.
All hate black people. They have stereotyped us and put us into a category. So now they hate us because it's all of our fault. See, the actions of all Mexicans is my fault. Just the same way, I guess, maybe we could do the same. Black people also voted for Trump. So should we assume?
I voted for Trump, but you know, I vote my interests. But most black people didn't vote for Trump. 93% of black women voted for Kamala Harris. 79% of black men voted for Donald Trump. We black men voted for Trump more than any other group of men in America. If the Latino community had voted like the black community, Kamala Harris probably would have won, or at least she'd have done a much better showing. So we're not the same. Okay, we are not the same. Shout out to all the people who are here for the chaos. Shout out to all the black people who are quite intrigued at seeing how these folk handle in the next 3 or 4 years what we've had to handle for the past 400. Shout out to all the black people who are watching and listening with their feet up. Hit the number 1 button.
Assume that all black people are not our ally then? Should we assume that all black people are Trump supporters? Should we assume?
No, you don't have to assume. You can look at the exit polls. That's what I just said, man. Look at the exit polls. That's what you do. And then you'll know.
That all black people are racist? No, right? And I wouldn't do that because I'm not racist.
You started off your conversation literally generalizing all black people and then contradicted yourself and say, oh, well, what if we did that?
I don't want to look at her too long because she's a little distracting. Okay, we're going to let her talk for a minute and we're going to move on.
That's literally what you did. I didn't know that we have beef with all black people and all black people aren't our allies. Hypocrite much? Then to turn around and say, well, all Mexicans are blah, blah, blah. Like, it's the hypocrisy for me. Yes, we are not in it. Why do y'all continuously try to keep pulling black people in it? Fight the good fight. Do what you need to do. Stand up for your community. And, you know, I don't understand why y'all don't want to go back to y'all's country. I'm not even trying to be funny, but y'all always say that y'all have such rich culture and y'all so much better and where you're from is so beautiful and it's a paradise.
I'm gonna turn it off soon.
So why not really try to go home and, you know, really fix up your community and in your country. Like y'all's government, y'all's officials look just like you. So wouldn't it be easier to get through to them? I'm so confused by that because a lot of, and I'm not trying to be funny, and I hope that this isn't offensive to anybody, but a lot of immigrants are always saying how their country is so much better and how their culture is so much better. So I don't understand, like,
Trump said they come from shithole countries, from what I remember. But go ahead, baby. Keep
what's the issue?
Mm-hmm.
And just leave us out of it. Like, it's okay. Some of us do support. Some of us are rallying behind you. But as a collective, y'all don't do that for us. Y'all never have. So it is what it is. And more of y'all voted for him than we did. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't like seeing people getting beat up and manhandled like that. I support deportation, but I mean, I don't like seeing that. I don't think any decent human being wants to see people separated from their family, especially Black people, considering our history in this country. But doggone it. I mean, my God, you voted for this dude, and now you got, that's one thing, and now you got all these ICE agents who are Hispanic. All right, let's keep listening.
And when you guys are saying that this is not your fight, you guys been fighting. It's sadly to say that you guys been fighting and the whole world is just sat on the sidelines watching, saying, oh, look, there goes again another Black person not obeying the law. It's the same thing that's happening with my community. We were talking about racial profiling when Black people been going through racial profiling. They'll see a Black person walking.
See, here's the thing. So you hear what he talk about racial profiling, and it's, here's the thing. They told us to work harder. They told us just comply. Remember that? Somebody typed just comply in the chat room. They said just don't break the law, right? Just don't break the law and you'll be all right. Come to find out, they saying, well, if you just come up here, you're breaking the law. And so now all of y'all breaking the law. So let's get a collective don't break the law back to these folks. This is what you told us. These are the conversations we have to have without you all are basically, we have to have conversations with our sons and daughters about dealing with the police. This is literally a life and death situation every time the police pull up behind you. And you all basically told us, oh, just comply. So we just gonna tell you, just comply. Just go ahead and comply. Don't come in with the soft music now. Now that you all are having to deal with what we've had to deal with since slavery was over. No, don't, just comply. That's what you all need to do. Just comply like you told us. Work harder. Don't break the law. Isn't that what you all told us? It was quite heartless when you told us, stop resisting. Remember that? Let's stop resisting. This is what you told us, family. Isn't that what they told us? Stop resisting. And so now you on the internet hemming and hawing and complaining because you can't get Black people out there in droves to come stand between you and the bear spray and the bullets. Okay, that's what the problem is. You want us to put our Black bodies between you and that enforcement arm.
And a cop will turn around and immediately stop that person without not even knowing what the person is doing. He's just probably walking to the store. That's racial profiling. It's sadly to say that our own community gave us our...
We call that walking while Black. Respectfully, sir. Walking while Black.
Back. And it's a lesson learned to any community that when somebody's going through some shit,
somebody type somebody when somebody's going through it. See, if you all had listened to Black people when we talked about it, you wouldn't be going through it right now. Let that set in. If you all had listened and helped Black people when we were dealing with police violence and police brutality, you all wouldn't be dealing with it right now if you had done something collectively. So don't cry now. Don't cry now. It's your turn.
Sit on the fucking sidelines. Come out and support. And just
so you want us to, you just told us y'all didn't come out support, but now you ended by saying we want you Blacks to come out and support. It's a bunch of ICE dudes enforcing it. Why don't the next time you get to the piñata or the quinceañera, y'all get together, or the just get together and or the carne asada, and y'all talk about that amongst your family members who are ICE agents. That's what you need to do. Now I know if they gave you that $10,000 bonus, you're supposed to stay for 5 years or 50,000, and if you quit, you got to give it back. So they kind of trapped. That sounds like you trapped. That sounds like some indentured servitude to me. Sounds like y'all just signed some slave papers. So we'll see how that works out. But let's continue.
Say thank you to all the people that are here raising their voice and fighting. Don't stop fighting.
Yeah, you got to ease on up out of here, sir. You got to ease up out of here. But yeah, so, and that was for the people who say that, oh, I don't see any folks asking black people to come out. They do it all the time. I mean, it's on your For You page all the time. Let's keep listening to what other folks have to say.
Imagine being Hispanic and working for ICE. Look at that, traitor to your own race.
Traitor to your own race.
History.
So again, I'm not the one calling these people traitor to their race and calling them sellouts. Their own people are calling them sellouts and traitors to their race. Okay? So this is not anything. I'm just telling you. So, but the bottom line is you got a race traitor situation and you want black folk to come in and help y'all out with that. That has nothing to do with us. Okay? That is not, we have nothing to do with that.
An ICE agent who had the exact same accent as the person that he was trying to detain. Not only that, but he tried to mock the dude's accent. Y'all sound the same. When these ICE agents go home, especially the Hispanic ones, do y'all talk to y'all people?
Y'all talk to y'all people. I don't think they are talking to their people. I think they think it's a big joke. In fact, I've even it's so pervasive. It's something. I mean, it's so pervasive. They got jokes about it. Look at
the $50,000 sign-up bonus is what motivated me. You know how much DoorDash I can buy with that. Also, my ex-boyfriend Edgar cheated on.
Now, this is AI, but they're making jokes about it. Somebody thought it was funny. You understand? So, like, this is funny to them. I guess I don't know what to make. Y'all keep listening.
With a big booty Latina from Mexico. So this my way to get even. Also, I am sick and tired of everyone in the Latino community calling me a torta. I'm not a torta. I'm just big.
Now, I believe torta is some sort of food or something like that, but whatever. I mean, that's meant to be humor. All right. And that's not the only one. They got other stuff like, this is something that they know. They literally know that they have a lot of people who are, you know, a whole bunch of people who decided to join ICE, and they're actively deporting other Hispanics.
To discuss the latest developments regarding the current immigration claimant in the United States.
My name is Jorge El Chucho Rodriguez, and I don't think a lot of people understand my pain. I know you might just see a handsome guy in front of you. He has it all figured out, but I don't. You understand? I have a career in law enforcement.
I personally don't. I don't think it's funny, but this passes as humor to these folk. Okay, you got your own people being deported and sent home, kids being separated. They just sent some little girl back to I don't know. Back to Central America. I don't think it's funny myself, but they think it's funny. They're making jokes out of it.
And some people see me as just a security guard for a border, but I'm not. I enforce the law, and then I have family who breaks the law, and I live in that world.
What are some of the struggles that you deal with on a day-to-day?
It's lonely out there. Not being invited to any parties, not being accepted because of the career choices. I want to be invited to a piñata too. When they say, ¿se va a hacer o no se va a hacer la carnita asada? They never ask me.
So, you know, I mean, this is something that they're really dealing with. This is not something that they don't know about. It's enough that folks are making jokes about it. So again, you know, why is it that you all think that we are supposed to get involved as black people? Why is it that we're being called up? We're being asked to put our bodies, our freedom, our lives on the line, and then you all have these you know, racist beliefs anyway. Okay, let's keep listening.
because Trump said the majority of ICE is Hispanic, which is factually true.
So here's the thing. It's not like your comments are making it out to be. People aren't upset just because Trump said it. They're upset because they feel like their own people are selling them out. People whose parents may have gotten here by the same methods they're now detaining and deporting people for. The legal methods and the illegal methods. And then you talk about people doing things legally versus illegally, and you say how just because someone's black, you wouldn't stand with solidarity in them if they're breaking the law. And this is my first time seeing you, but judging you off of this video, I bet you wouldn't. You'd probably believe J. Edgar Hoover when he said the Black Panther Party is the greatest threat to national security of the country. I don't be wanting to believe the FBA is about the tethereds, but this video is not helping. But speaking of people doing things legally versus illegally, you say that your aunt just got in America last year after trying for a decade, your fiance is not American, and you're going through the immigration process right now. What happens when they get detained during their green card interview? Like this man here with no criminal record with a U.S. citizen wife. Or the wives of these two men here. Or this woman with a U.S. citizen husband. Or this woman who voted for Trump, and her husband got detained at his green card interview. She voted for this, even though she'll say voting for him wasn't voting for this. It was. Would you still?
I mean, Trump said what he was going to do, right? Trump said what he was going to do. I mean, I tell people all the time, vote your interest. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Stop playing with me. I don't care if you don't like what you hear or not. It's the truth. And it's not just me saying it. All I'm doing is giving you, I'm just laying the foundation. We haven't even got going good yet. You understand what I mean? But you are learning something. And, you know, if you learn something, I should earn something. If you're not going to learn anything, you don't owe me a dime. But if you learn something, I should earn something. Let's just keep that in mind. All of us shouldn't have to suffer. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue. Let's continue because, you know, some people don't believe what's happening is happening. And I want to make sure each and every one of you sees what's going on. All right, hit the number one button.
Among Latinos, among the Latino community, especially among Chicano community, Mexican Americans, Latino Americans, okay? If it wasn't for Black culture, Black people, Black communities, Black leaders, Black artists, Black music, all of it, if it wasn't for that, we would have an entirely different experience in the United States. Here's the difference between Black folks and Latino folks. Black people in America, their ancestors fought for the rights that we all get.
We're going to stop it for L. Jackson. Thank you for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. We got all these people in the chat room. I don't care if you're mad. You can be mad. Put a cape on and be super mad for all I care. I don't care. This is the truth. You're going to have to sit down and take your talking to. That's what's happening right now. Y'all hit the number one button and make sure y'all hit the subscribe button and help me get to 100,000. Nobody's giving it to you like this. Long form, baby. Long form. I'm going to sit here and talk to you. You mad. You be put a cape on and be super mad. Go ahead, baby. Keep taking.
To fucking enjoy right now. So many Latinos act like white folks just decided to give Latinos rights, just decided to let Latinos vote, just decided to put laws in place so that you could buy property. If it wasn't for Black leaders, Latinos wouldn't even be able to bring their kids to a public school. Give a lot.
Man, I remember we openly accepted Latinos, man, back when I was young, 1980s. Now, we were cool with the Latino. We didn't know about all this racism that y'all had. We thought y'all were more brown people like us. And see, here's the thing you got to understand. This lady right here, look, to me, I appreciate her, stating our history and stating what we did. Okay, I appreciate you, baby, but it seems a bit convenient. Like, where was this? When, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. Why are you now trying to compliment us? Why are you trying to butter us up? Why are you trying to, it's almost like, yeah, you the best, man. Y'all can handle this, man. Y'all fought, man. Y'all, man, you amazing, man. Yeah, I mean, these people, man, they giving us the blues, man. I know if you was out there with me, man, we'd win because y'all got that history, man. It's like somebody trying to get you, they know you the best fighter and your cousin live across town, you the best fighter in the house, in the family, and they got beef with somebody, so they get beat on, so they want you to come around there and fight for them. Okay, that's what this sounds. It sounds like you trying to coax us up off the couch. Somebody type, we're resting. You trying to coax us up off our couch to come out there and help you fight. Okay, because if you knew this the whole time, somebody type whole time. If you knew this the whole time, why y'all ain't been saying this? Why is this you saying it right now? Why you what we getting all these compliments from? You got to be wary of somebody giving you too many compliments. I'm just saying. Let's keep listening. Somebody type discernment in the chat room. Discernment.
Out of the privileges that we have today because of the Civil Rights Act, because of the Fair Housing Act, because of Voting Rights Act, which for those of you Latinos who voted for Trump, you're welcome. If you are Latino, you better recognize the gift that we were just handed from Black people. So it actually makes sense that more Latinos voted for this president because you didn't have to work for the rights that you were just handed. And don't worry, I will be talking about immigration too, but for right now, I just want to give Black people their flowers. I want to give Black artists their flowers. I want to give Black culture their flowers, because if it wasn't for them, I would not be who I am. Happy, beautiful, beautiful Black History Month from this Latina and most Latinos that have common sense.
Yes. Thank you. On behalf of the Black, thank you. We appreciate that. However, miss, okay, I need you to understand it's some other stuff that you're gonna have to deal with before you get us off the sofa. Okay, let's deal with what you got to deal with. I want you to check this out first. I appreciate that, but this
have to take like a backseat to everybody on the West Coast. Like the Black folks, they kind of have to, like in prison, they have to be scared of like the Mexicans and stuff.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. The Hispanics, the Hispanics outnumber the Blacks everywhere.
Okay,
it's always it's a lot of them. They outnumber. They're everywhere on the streets. They're everywhere in the schools. They're everywhere. They're all in the prison system. They're everywhere.
Yes.
It's just more of them. But far as me saying that they punking the Blacks, it's just more weakness that's obvious within the Black cars than it is in the Hispanics, bro. The Hispanics are just.
Again, he's talking prison politics, and he clearly has done a little time in one of our local, state, and federal institutions. But bottom line, he's saying that Blacks are divided, but what we will come together for is to deal with somebody who's being anti-Black. Okay, we will come together. That is what our culture is built for. This is why we've survived so long. But he's basically telling you these folk are unified against us in every conceivable way out there in California where they have numbers.
Just more structured than Blacks. You got the black card is cut up in like 50 million different cars of bum niggas. Like I'm just gonna say it, bro. Niggas bums, bro. Like them niggas don't want to go to war with them essays. I be thinking most Blacks is scared of they scared of him.
Well, I can speak on behalf of Black people. We are not afraid. Okay. You might be dealing with some convicts and folk out there in California who outnumber, but that ain't all of us. It's not all of us by any means. It's not even the majority of us. We've been doing this. But nevertheless, let's continue with the broadcast. And hell, as a matter of fact, I don't think, apparently once these Hispanic ICE agents finish, it won't be enough of y'all left. Apparently what they trying to do. This is terrible. Okay. But let's go ahead and keep listening.
When I said this is not Black people's fight and that we're on a couch for a reason. And I just want to remind you guys of something. This is a projection of the 2024 presidential election exit polls. And when I say this is not Black people's fight, I say that because 85% of Black people voted for this not to happen. And when you look at all the other races, you can tell that there's a significant amount of votes that could have stopped this from happening. When I said that y'all wasn't out there fighting for us, I'm not talking about the 41% of YT people. I'm not talking about the 52% of Hispanic Latino, the 54% 57% of Asian, the 42% of POCs. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the 57% of YT people that voted for this and the 2% of YTs that voted for somebody completely else. I'm talking about the 46% of Hispanic Latino people that voted for this. 46%, that's dang near 1 in every 2 Hispanics who voted for this. I'm talking about the 39% of Asians. That is a significant amount for this projection. This other is POCs. And this is what gets me, is that y'all lump black people and POCs together. No, we are not together. 54%.
We are, look, let me tell y'all off top. We are not POC. I am not a people of color. Matter of fact, we stopped letting people call us colored because that's all a people of color is. Y'all mess around, let these white people flip back around and call y'all colored again. We are not colored. Okay, we are black. In fact, depending on your lineage, you are foundational black American. You could be Caribbean black. You can be whatever you back, but we're not colored. And let me tell you something else. We are also not melanated. Did you know that polar bears are melanated? You allowing people to call you melanated? Monkeys and chimpanzees are melanated. So the only people not melanated are white people. So you let them get away with basically comparing us to the animals. We are black. Just call me black. Let's keep it real simple. Shout out to my man, Fit Philosophy. Love my brown brothers and sisters, but dang, the ones that voted for Trump is like the chickens getting together and voting for Colonel Sanders doesn't make sense. Shout out to you, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna read all these again. But yeah, so y'all need to cut it out.
Percent of POCs voted for this. 54%, that is literally 1 in every 2 POC who voted for that. And don't get me wrong, there's not words created to show how bad I feel about everything that's going on right now. And even though I'm saying this is not our fight, I'm still doing everything I can to show the injustices of what's going on right now. But to say that there aren't enough black people out there protesting right now is absurd to me, because we've been fighting, we've been trying to tell you guys about the injustices of what's going on, and you guys are just now seeing it. So yeah, I still stand on what I said.
No, brother, they've been seeing it. It was just you were dealing with it, and it wasn't their problem. They've been seeing it. They've been seeing it for a long time. You don't think they have TV and social media? They've been seeing it. It's just now it's their problem that they have to deal with, and that they shook. See, that's what's going on.
Black people need to be on the couch, and this is not our fight. But let me know what you guys think. I'll see you in the next one.
I think you're right. I think that's why we on the couch. Okay, I think that you have a good idea, and that's why we on the couch. You guys make sure you hit the subscribe button if you hadn't already. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you do that. Okay, let's keep looking.
A nice placa you got there, ese. You should be riding with me, not fucking with me, carnal.
Yeah, so they know about it. That's him basically saying, you know, he's getting arrested by ICE. So you shouldn't be arresting me. You should be rolling with me. You see what I'm saying? Let's keep listening. Hit the number 1 button.
In Minnesota, it's acting worse than the cartels in Mexico. In Mexico, cartels don't target kids or pregnant women.
And I know you were not there, but you did speak to Liam's mother, who we're told was actually.
And so this is how ICE is behaving. All right, they're behaving like they don't give a darn about America. We don't do that here. We don't look, as bad as law enforcement is and can be, there's a due process. Okay. I mean, yeah, we see a lot going on and we see a lot of violations going on, but they're just basically taking people, putting them in cuffs, hell with what the judge says, putting them on planes and sending them straight to Texas and wherever else they're supposed to go. I mean, just think about that. All right. And then now you start to understand, well, who's running it? Okay, who's running this thing? There you go.
Actually home when ICE agents arrived. How is she doing tonight? What did she tell you about what happened?
Well, you know, I spoke with her a few times, and she was terrified. They were using this baby. The ICE agents were trying to use the baby for her.
That is a little small a Hispanic child, and you got Hispanic ICE agents, and I'm sure this is what you got going on. You how dare you ask us to intervene in this? These are your own people, your own men that your own people have referred to as sellouts, tracking down your own people and sending them home. I want you to think about that. And you want us to intervene in that? If the roles were reversed and it was a bunch of black people trapping and kidnapping, first of all, you couldn't get us to do it. We are not going to do it. It's 13% black population in the United States. 14% Hispanic population. Actually, we're back to 14%. We still aren't doing it for whatever money because it is distasteful to us. This is why black people we don't deal with bodies and stealing people. We don't do that. That goes against our culture. We are better than that BS. Let's keep listening.
To come out of her house, but the neighbors step up. Neighbors advise her not to do it. The neighbors were trying to get the baby or the 5-year-old to give it to her. And this is a pregnant woman with another 13 or 14-year-old boy as well.
Yeah.
She believes that they were trying to get her to come out. She didn't believe that they weren't going to take her as well.
No, absolutely. And I believe her because I've seen how they're acting here in Minneapolis. You know, I'm a pastor from Mexico, and I've seen how cartels work in Mexico. And just so you know, as a pastor, I'm telling you this, ICE in Minnesota is acting worse than the cartels in Mexico.
This man just said ICE in Minnesota is acting worse than the cartels in Mexico. And the majority of the ICE and DHS Border Patrol are Hispanic. That's what this, where you think they got it from? Before you all even fix your lips to ask us why we not out there voting, y'all have some work to do. Okay, the Hispanic community has some work to do. I hope that the people who are watching this broadcast, okay, I hope that you take some of the information that we learn here and you deal with these folks on an intelligent level and make them explain to you what exactly is going on and with all these ICE. Now, here's something that I just found horrible. Listen to this, and I'll explain what's going on in a minute.
We're gonna come back for your whole family, okay?
No, okay, no problem.
You got an ICE agent saying, we're coming back for your whole family. That's some cartel stuff right there. Can you imagine that? We coming back for your whole family because they wouldn't open the door.
Me van amenazando ahora. Me dicen que si yo no salgo van a regresar por mi familia.
Crazy.
Y todos.
Crazy. I mean, what do you do with that? And you want black folks to get involved in that? Don't y'all think we have enough problems? I mean, don't you all think we have enough issues? Let's keep listening.
Agents, Latino ICE agents are just Group 13. If you don't know what Group 13 is, look it up. Open up a history book. Look it up. Latino ICE agents are Group 13. And then look up what happened to Group 13 after everything was said and done. Enough said. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. So again, you have a lot of Latinos commenting on what they see happening. They definitely know that it's a bunch of Hispanic, Latino men who are participating in this. I mean, this is a joke to them almost. I mean, humor.
Who this nigga on that name? It's Snowball. Wanna know my name?
This is just another meme. Latino ICE agents in the streets looking for other Latinos to arrest. All right, that's what this is about. We all know this from Django. Hit the number one, but I'll let it play from the beginning.
I asked you, who this nigga?
All right, the young lady was referring to Group 13. That has to do with something that happened in World War II where people of the Jewish faith participated in the rounding up of other Jewish people. And they ended up suffering the same fate as the people that they helped round up, okay? They were called, basically they were collaborators, okay? So, and they operated in and out of Poland. So basically that's what she was saying. Y'all gonna get the same thing. In other words, when they finish using you to deport your own people, then they're gonna come for you. That's basically what they're saying.
On that name. It's Snowball. Wanna know my name or the name of my horse? You ask me. That's who the hell you calling Snowball, horse boy? I'll snatch your black ass off that nag down here in the mud so fast.
Oh, that's hilarious. Y'all hit the number one button. Yeah, shout out to Jamie Foxx and Samuel L. Jackson. I did a little quick summary. Samuel L. Jackson has made over $1 million saying MFer. He gets basically, if you add up all his movies and how much money he's made made close to $400 million. And if you add up the time, all the words he said, and basically he made $1,000 per word. And so he's made over $1 million saying MFer. I found that funny. But anyway, you guys hit the number 1 button. Let me know you can hear what's being said. I'm gonna play the next video. Check it out.
On here and piss the Hispanic community off by saying that half of or the majority of ICE agents are Hispanic. And it's true though, right?
It's true.
So the Hispanic community are upset and in uproar because the people that are hunting their own people down are brown just like them. It only makes sense though. Most of, not all, but most of the immigrants or the illegal immigrants that are here came from the southern border, right? So wouldn't you think you would need officers and agents to speak their language? Of course, they're all or mostly Hispanic. It is what it is. Just take a look at any video, any picture. 8 out of 10 of them are Hispanic. Couple of white guys, 1 black guy sprinkled in, if that. All right. So that sounds like brown on brown crime to me. All right. So the Hispanic community got a lot of problems on their hands right now. All right. Y'all got to
sound like they all in with deporting their own people. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're all in deporting their own people. Now just flip the script. Let's picture this. Okay. Imagine 50% of the ICE agents were black. Imagine if 50% of the ICE agents were black. You got an army of black men roving around, kicking indoors, with waving gun, with masks on. Okay, imagine the pushback that we would get. Imagine even if we arrested. Now, I'm not even talking about the Caribbeans and the Africans. Imagine if we were. It would be war in the street. Can you imagine that? And then black people had the nerve to say, "Hey, look, let's go out here. We need y'all to help protest against these black police officers working for ICE, rounding up black people. We need, because we don't like them hitting the Haitian community or the Jamaican community or whatever, the African generally." What do you think? What would the Hispanics tell us? I want you all to tell me if the roles were reversed and it was 50% or 51% ICE and DHS agents rounding up people, including black, and when they hit the black folk, right, we decided to go out and ask the Hispanics to come help us protest against ICE, and everybody knew that these people were black men. What would the response be? I want the written response. What would they say? Okay, I want y'all to tell me what they was. I'm gonna put them up on the board.
Got to deal with your own, right? Y'all mad at the blacks. Some of you are mad at the blacks and can't understand why we're not out there fighting against these people with y'all. That's because those are your people.
Your people. Somebody type "your people" in the chat room.
Brown on brown. Just like y'all like to claim, oh, black on black crime is so horrible. Well, here goes some brown on brown crime.
Yep, that's exactly right. And we'll watch a few more videos, and then we're gonna go ahead and move on to the main body of this broadcast. Y'all make sure y'all hit the number 1 button if you can hear it clearly. At the moment you can't hear it, let me know. All right.
We're here to arrest a child sex offender, and you guys are out here honking.
Oh, they're not. No, we're pressing.
That vehicle right there is honking.
Let me reemphasize the point. I am very happy. I am ecstatic, if you will, about the fact that we are finally enforcing our immigration laws. I'm happy that Border Patrol and ICE are removing the illegal immigrants from this country. I can tell you, based on what I've learned studying the Honorable Barbara Jordan, that the first people affected by immigration are Black men without education. And as an advocate for Black men, that is in my interest and that is in Black men's interest. I'm happy to hear that. I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that we need to get these criminals off the street, these illegal criminals who come to our country through the southern border because Joe Biden left the gate open. I think that we are all overjoyed about that. I don't think there's any self-respecting American that has a problem with that. I'm happy about it. However, and here's the caveat, however, I do have a problem with the mechanism and manner in which it's being enforced. I think it's brutal. I think that they're targeting Black and brown people, and I have a problem with the violation of due process. And that's just on the fact that, hey, I'm an American and we fought for these laws and rights, especially Black people, and I'll be damned if I sit up and abandon them just for the purposes of convenience. I don't take pleasure in seeing people getting beat up. I don't take pleasure in seeing families getting torn apart. Do you know the history of Black people in the United States? Do you know how many of our families were taken and sold at slave auctions? They had a day designated January 1st of every year. It was a day that Black mothers dreaded. It was a day that Black families dreaded. That's the day they would take your family member and sell them. That's the day the slave catchers and the slave auctioneers and the slave traders would come by the plantations and pick the different slaves. Every year, it was a day of dread. So no, it is in our bones not to like to see people separated. It is genetic trauma passed down generation to generation. We don't want to see that. And that's why you don't have a whole bunch of Black men and women out there. We want that $50,000. Who want $50,000? We want that $50,000 ICE money. But you don't see Black people calling. You only have 1.65% of the total ICE agents, which is, and you got to combine them. That's about 300 Black agents. Out of 40,000, you got about 300 Black folk. We don't have nothing to do with that. That's blood business. We don't want to have anything to do with that. Let's continue.
And impeding our investigations while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane.
Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with the cat on that. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with him on that. We want to see these people go. You saw what happened on the bottom. I mean, it was just holding your breath because you had all these people women being raped, and it's terrible. I'm happy they're getting up out of here. I want them gone.
Explain to me how ICE is hiring foreigners to deport foreigners.
Word is out. Look at this. Look at this. He ain't even Black American. This is African. Okay.
You touch me? I didn't touch you. You touch me? I didn't touch you. You touch me? It's all on.
Somebody type delineation in the chat room.
Camera. You touch me? It's all on camera. It's all on camera. You touch me? It's all on camera. You're making contact. It's all. You touch me? I didn't touch nobody. Yes, you did. I'm over there.
Do you see? If this was a police officer, man, I mean, look. Look. This is not normal. Okay. And I know we've seen police officers cut up and act like a fool, but can you imagine a cop running up in your face talking about, you touch me, you touch me? I mean, he's egging it on. That is not in any way de-escalating, right? But now you got this Black dude from Africa somewhere. I'm looking, I mean, it sounds like you're from Africa. Y'all can listen and tell me what you think. I don't recognize the accent.
They're recording everything. You sure did. I'm recording. No, easy. I'm recording. You touch me? I'm recording. That's okay.
I'll put you on ground right now.
Put me on the ground. Get his ass under control. That's what you do. He need to be put
back to work.
With them old Nikes on.
Cut it and show to her.
I will.
Cut the video, show to her.
I will.
Show to her.
I will.
Cut the video and show to her.
I will.
With the Raider beanie on. He got the Raider beanie, the throwback LA Raider beanie on. Look at that. So you don't even have a whole bunch of black Americans taking these jobs, apparently. Let's keep listening, man.
Go to work. Good boy.
Now, maybe it's possible this guy's a naturalized citizen or something like that, but I guarantee you that accent, he wasn't born here.
Nah. Let's keep listening. I mean, let me know when you all are convinced of what I'm saying. Okay, let me know when I prove the point. I hope at some point you all will see. Check this out.
ICE just killed somebody again.
Just so you know, right? This is what they're doing.
I bet you it was dude. ICE just killed somebody again on.
This is what they're doing. This is what they're out there doing. Okay, this was going on. 2 people in 1 month, white people in 1 month.
Nicolette and 26.
So just as a reminder, this is what our American tax dollars are paying. This is the police the largest police force in America right now is ICE, and this is what they're out here doing. Unaliving Americans.
Brown and everything that are in ICE. Get your butt in the car, Beaner. As if we don't have our nopal in the frente. How are you going to go against your own people like that, for real?
How are you going to go against your own people like that? How are you going to go against your own people like that? Somebody type sellout. Are y'all convinced that they're sellouts yet? Huh? Are you convinced? Because see, they were mad at the
over here for deportation, Jew.
They're mad at the title. Right? You mad at the title, but I'm telling this is what the people. I've looked at the video footage.
Aquí for come. ¿Y tú para qué chingados me andas tratando de hablar en inglés si luego se te nota la pinche cara de nopal?
So this is a dude doing this in Spanish. He basically pointing out the fact that you barely speak English, and you asking me to come with you to get deported. I want you to think about that.
Mamón.
But anyone that's out there, be careful, stay safe, and shoot, everyone know your rights.
Yeah, you got Hispanic federal law enforcement targeting, racially profiling other Hispanics to not just to put them in jail, to literally up them and send them home. Okay.
¿Tienes identificación?
Por la cara que tengo, latino, ¿va?
No. ¿Qué es su nombre?
Basically saying you're Latino, huh? He said, "Are you a citizen?" He said, you're Latino, aren't you?" Like the mask gonna stop the accent.
Ahorita te voy a la identificación.
¿Es su troca?
Sí.
¿Es su troca?
Claro.
Ivan.
Sí.
Ivan. ¿Es de El Salvador, usted?
Aquí está la identificación. ¿Por qué me estás tocando el carro? Te voy a la identificación.
Bueno, ya te di el nombre, ya te di.
I mean, that's racial appropriation. They snatching him out of his truck just because he's Latino. You see what I mean? Think about that. Rights be down. I mean, you all are basically, this is what we fought against. This is what we've been fighting against. And this is just, I mean, y'all just throw the Constitution out. Just throw the Bill of Rights, the 4th Amendment, 5th Amendment, 14th Amendment. It's done with at this point. It might as well be wet toilet paper in the bottom of a toilet after you done dropped 3 days worth of diarrhea poop in it. That's what the Constitution is worth right now. And here's the cold part about it. You got people who are Latino infringing on the rights of other Latinos. Due process is dead. You understand me? Because we got a foreign-born army that's been naturalized and paid to just violate the rights of their own people. I want y'all to think about that, man. Hit the number one.
Aquí está la información, ¿verdad?
Okay.
Pucha, pero ustedes lo agarran a uno porque somos latinos, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these ICE agents get sweated by other ICE agents because of their accents. You understand? As they're just chilling. I'm ICE too. I wonder.
Placas.
¿Y cuál es el problema? Si me corriste la placa, ¿sabes? La información ahí, ¿no?
Sí,
bueno, entonces, ¿por qué me paras?
Te pregunté, ¿eres Ivan Bonilla? Dijiste sí.
Bueno, suficiente, ahí tienes la información, ¿no?
Eres de El Salvador, tienes...
Ahí está la información. Ahí está la información.
Te estoy preguntando.
Bueno, yo creo que con suficiente con eso tiene la información.
¿Tiene su tarjeta de residencia?
I mean, look, man, the whole situation is sad. I mean, it's sad. It's just sad. But, you know, it's not our fight.
Ahí está la información, ahí no pueden chequear ahí.
Usted tiene que tener la residencia.
¿Cuál es mi derecho yo de preguntarte si ahí está la información ahí? Si tengo un Real ID, no puede chequear ahí.
I mean, they really sweating old boy. You know what I mean? I mean, I know most of y'all don't speak Spanish, but just understand they are sweating them, asking them all kinds of questions because of, and they racially profiled him because of the color of his skin and his accent. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Just be mindful of that. Let's go ahead and continue looking. And I'm gonna play more. Y'all need to get all of this, okay? You need to get every bit of this. I want y'all to hear each.
No, but can we really talk about the amount of Hispanics and people that are not white that are ICE agents? Can we talk about that?
Talk about it.
Like, I could see if they were ICE agents and they worked undercover to like free the people, like you pretended to take them in and then you just let them go, right? Yeah. If you had like a mission.
See, here's the thing I don't think you all understand. Culturally, Black people don't even understand how y'all are even letting this happen. As I said before, it goes against our culture and our and who we are as a people to sit around and let our own Black people, our own Black men and women participate in some crap like this. We don't do that. And see, that's fun. This is the stuff white folk do. We don't do that. We don't participate. It is distasteful. And see, that's the disconnect. And I know the brothers and sisters looking at this page, if you were on the fence about going out there helping these folk fight against ICE, now that you've seen this broadcast, I'm like, they gonna be like, hell no. Why would I even help folk like this? This is how you do your own people, and you doing it for money? You complain about innocent people being deported and that just being here illegally is not a crime, but you treating your own people like criminals, and you want us to intervene? A lot of Black people like, if I was gonna intervene, I'm not touching no parts of this. This is not what we do. This is not who we are.
Where there was a truck around the corner that just literally, you were just doing it for the footage that the Dollar Tree dictator and the white supremacy house wants. You know, make it look good, but then I'm releasing them. Right? Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? Because imagine you're a brown person and you're walking the street and they say, we need to take you in because we're ICE. That's how I feel they talk, because they're not qualified, right? And he's like, Hector, is that you? And the whole time, that's Primo. What the fuck are you doing? Like, you have to arrest your cousin? That's crazy to me. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy to me.
Yeah,
am I the only one?
No,
Surely not. Surely
that
not.
does not even register us. We just not gonna do it. Okay. There's a reason that Black people have a healthy, a healthy understanding of the law, and because we've seen it applied unfairly. And so that's why when you all talk about just comply, but you know, y'all tell us just comply. So y'all just go ahead, keep on just complying. Hit the number one
citizen that is a criminal in American jails right now. And the family members of American citizens that are criminals in American jails right now should be pissed off at the Democratic Party. And I'm going to tell you why.
He done went a little too political. We got to get back to what we're doing. Y'all hit the number one button and when you hear the videos pop up, hit the number one button. Let me know you can hear it. And also make sure that you have subscribed to the channel. I shouldn't have to ask you, subscribing.
Percent Hispanic, you know.
La mayoría de los agentes de ICE son.
This is him saying, I thought it was 51%. He's saying 60%. He has more updated. Shout out to everybody contributing to the super chat. I'm just getting into this, but and that's why I'm not called. But I'm gonna make sure I call out everybody. This lady is a Spanish reporter from the Spanish State, and she's saying she's responding to the fact that 60% of the ICE agents are actually the people doing these atrocities. You know, shout out to all the white folk who put these Hispanic folk up to do. This is great cover for you all. You be like, well, look, most of them are Hispanic. That was the slickest move I've ever seen. But listen to what he says, Donald Trump says, and you can, if you speak Spanish, I'll let it play for a minute.
By the way, they're like 60% Hispanic, you know.
La mayoría de los agentes de ICE son hispanos. Fue
The majority of the ICE are Spanish.
lo que dijo este martes el presidente Donald Trump desde la
So says President Trump.
La Casa Blanca. A la
The White House.
vez aclamó la labor de la agencia federal y aseguró que alrededor del 60% de los agentes de ICE eran hispanos. Se refirió a ellos
I heard ICE, I don't know the rest. But
como
keep going.
gente increíble y volvió a jactarse del apoyo que recibió de los latinos
I think she said La Pollo is incredible, but I don't know. But keep going.
en las elecciones electorales. No hay datos públicos de DHS que confirmen que la mayoría de los agentes de ICE sean hispanos. De hecho, no suelen ser públicas por razones de seguridad. Sin embargo, históricamente, las nacionalidades
I don't know. I'm good. I heard Pollo Loco. I don't know, but you heard what Trump said. Okay, we know what Donald Trump said. That's okay. I'm gonna have to slow that down and use my Chat GPT to understand. But she was going off. Okay, I heard the most important part that Donald Trump said that 60% of these people sending these other people home are their own people. Okay, that's the thing. All right. Let's check some more out. Hit the number 1 button.
Remind you of a really unpleasant fact about the Holocaust, and that's that there were a lot of Jewish collaborators within the Nazi Party.
Collaborator.
Willing
Somebody type collaborators in the chat room.
collaborators, okay? There were a lot of Jewish people who fully supported the Nazi Party's rise to power, okay? And that doesn't magically mean that the Holocaust wasn't about targeting Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that the Nazi Party wasn't specifically targeting Jewish people.
Yes.
It means that it is possible for people to exist within a targeted demographic and act in support of their oppressors and choose to support their oppressors.
And justifying it. It's some of y'all right now. Some of these Hispanic people are justifying this right now. Some of y'all are justifying it right now in the chat room. You mad at me? You justifying what's happening. It's just a job, you know. You collaborators. I'm just saying, if you don't like what's going on, I don't like the way it's being enforced. I do believe in sending people home. I think the violation of due process and targeting these brown people and black people, I don't agree with that. Send everybody home. Send all of them home. Send the Ukrainians back to Ukraine. Make sure them Canadians get their ass back to Montreal. Send them all home. Don't just focus on the Mexicans and the black people and the Caribbeans and the Africans and the El Salvador. Send all of them home. I want all of them gone. Let me say that again. I want each and every one of them out of here. Every last one of them. If you overstay your visa, gone. Been here too long, gone. Got a fraudulent marriage, gone. Somebody type gone in the chat room. Let's keep listening. Gone.
This doesn't mean that Latino people aren't being specifically targeted right now.
Mm-hmm.
There are other races and demographics being targeted right now by ICE, but they're predominantly a Latino.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one saying that. Is this the first time y'all learned about this? If this is the first time you all learned about this, let me type learn something in the chat room. If this is the first time you all learned about this, type learn something in the chat room. Let me know that you know, okay? Let me know that you know. All right, hit the number 1 button.
Was a 37-year-old ICU registered nurse who was executed and murdered today by ICE in Minneapolis. 66% of ICE agents are men, 30% of ICE agents are Latino, 50% of Border Patrol is Latino, making it a very close statistic to their white peers. What that statistic means is for every single white ICE agent, there is 1 Latino. For every single black ICE agent, there are 2 Latinos. For every single Asian ICE agent, there are 4 Latinos. These statistics were directly taken from the Department of Homeland Security. This is not biased. This is just aiding to my point. And the reason why I brought up those statistics is because the people that are ICE agents right now are not doing it because they genuinely support immigration or they
Look like they support it to me. At least they want that check.
want to deport people all the fucking time. It is because the government is weaponizing unemployment against us. People cannot find jobs. The economy.
I'm gonna go ahead and let Optimus Prime go on back to what he was doing, but you guys get the point. Okay, you get the point. Hit the number 1 button. We're gonna go through some more, and we're gonna get to work. We're gonna go through some more, and we're gonna get some work. Again, I want all the Latinos. I want you to understand that we understand your racism. Okay, we listen to that. We know you.
What
Let me
else?
remind you of your racism.
Go ahead though. I'm listening to you, bro. All that clown and shit you was saying. Fucking mess.
Why are you trying to listen to me though? You fucking mayate.
We got racial Spanish speaking racial epithets. Mayate. Oh, okay. That sounds like some kind of something out of order with some guacamole on Cinco de Mayo. But let's go ahead. Give me some of that mayate with some guacamole on it. I don't know what the hell you said. That's just how irrelevant you are. Your damn racial epithets don't even matter. Okay, but let's go.
What do that mean, bro? Explain to my chat. What do that mean? A mayate.
A mayate.
What is that?
Like, a mayate, bro, is like a light skin. You know what I mean? Light skin, beautiful, pretty. That's what a mayate is, bro. Light skin, beautiful, pretty.
You was calling me that, nigga?
Hell yeah, mayate. You don't think you're pretty?
Oh, yes, bro.
And so these are the people y'all want us to unify with. We're supposed to go out here and put our lives on the line for this group of people that refers to us as mayates, which is, I'm assuming, equivalent to some racial epithet that I don't really care about because, But I mean, these are the people that you all want us to go out here. Black people, all the black people, come on to the front of the room. They want us mayates and us negritos and us Negroes to come risk our life, okay, and stop the ICE agents, who the majority, ICE and DHS, from sending them home, their own people. This is what they want us to do. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Let's keep listening.
Go ahead, yo, teach me something else. Whatever little racist shit y'all be saying, bro.
Hey, you don't think you're pretty?
What's the other racist shit y'all be saying?
That shit just mayate, negro, moño. Fuck
yeah. You ever been with a black girl before, bro?
Hell no, I don't like to play in the mud.
I don't like. They don't want you. All the black women, baby. He said he don't like to play in the mud. This is who you going to bat for. This is who you going to bat for. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. I'm here to ask questions. I'm just asking questions. This is who you. He said he don't want to play in the mud. I mean, I didn't say it. I didn't say
dick ass nigga. You got a 4-inch dick.
Hey, I like to play in the mud. You know why?
They don't want you got a 4-inch dick.
He said it twice because I don't think he thought y'all heard him the first time. Where all the black women at? All you ladies out there. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. This is who we supposed to be compassionate for. Huh?
Dick, bro. Hey, that's why.
I'm just saying. Okay, and yeah, maybe he's a young, ignorant youth. All right, but he got it from somewhere because racism is learned, right? Let's let them finish. This is a two-parter.
My fucking house, huh?
You don't got a house.
Low wage.
Yeah.
Your ass look like you live in section.
And a 6-can of beer, nigga, a 6-pack.
He said a 6-pack.
Fuck you, Home Depot working at here. Go stand in front of Home Depot.
I mean, here's the cold part. Black people don't even have names. We don't even have racial epithet names for other groups. I've learned that the Samoans have a racial epithet for black people. We know white people got plenty of racial epithets. Hell, they got racial epithets for each other. If you get enough white people from different parts of Europe in the same room, I mean, they will call each other all sorts of one-syllable derogatory names. I mean, if you put an Italian, a Jew, an Irish, you put them all in the same room. A Polish person in the same room, I mean, they will let them fly. Black people don't even have racial epithet names for other groups of people. We don't invent them. It's not part of our language. We don't even have those names. I want y'all to think about, and I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, because see, them Africans are not like us. Hell, they got names for us. They call us Akata, Jarir, So these are Africans. I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, and this is why it's important that we delineate. We ain't got nothing to do with them. The Caribbeans, they do their own thing. I'm talking about FBA. We don't even have racial epithets for people. You understand what I'm saying? And yet every other group of people has some derogative name to call Black people. What's up with that? What's up with that? And then you come over here and now you're getting your backside handed to you and you want us to jump in. And it's not just the Hispanics. You got the Somalians. All of a sudden they're Black. They've been Mino Black for decades. And now all of a sudden they're Black, right? Now that ICE is kicking in their doors. You got Caribbeans, you got Nigerians, you got Ghanaians. These are all people of African descent or straight from Africa. You got everybody now wanting us to come off the bitch and y'all been calling us names. You understand what I'm saying? So let's keep listening to this conversation. This is an ignorant youth, but this is he got it from somewhere.
Hey, tell me that. Appreciate the motherfucker. Everybody say this.
Hey, y'all, though, let's get active, y'all. We need bro,
you don't got nobody
in the handhold.
Fuck, you gonna get active? You fucking mayate? Not fucking spit
fucking
on you.
Miyate.
Yeah, you're a mayate.
You go. You hear that?
You want to be
You're a
me,
mayate.
shorty? You're a fucking Mexican.
You're a mayate and I'm a mayate from the waist down. There's two different.
It's 10 of y'all in the same house, shorty.
Nah.
Listen.
Fuck you talking about?
Hey, you're a mayate. I'm a mayate from the waist down. You know
It's
what
10
I mean?
of y'all in the same house in the same minivan.
No, nigga, there's only one person in my room.
I mean, he got N-word. He throwing my yacht. I mean, you see what I'm saying? These are the people they want us to go protect from themselves. I want y'all to think about that, fam.
Talking about? Fucking man. Hey, where Ice at, yo? Where Ice at, nigga? They ain't catch your motherfucking ass yet.
Hell
Come
nah,
in the
nigga,
camera.
Bro, I got papers.
You want to be Black, shorty? You want to be me, y'all?
Shut your...
You want to be me, my nigga? Hey, yo.
I want to be you.
Look at, come in the camera. It's come in the camera.
I'm gonna come in the
Yeah,
camera.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, I mean, I didn't make these videos. I'm just playing them. I'm just letting you see what's out there. I'm just laying the foundation. You know, you can be, you know, you can think whatever you want to, but I'm just laying the foundation. All right, I got a couple more videos and we're going to go ahead and we're going to get this work done. Okay. You know, matter of fact, let me share something with you because, you know, these white kings and queens that you all, you know, cherish so much and just believe in and whatnot, and just, you know, you've been fighting so hard to be white. You know, I played this video a little earlier where it showed a white woman telling you exactly what they really think about you. Okay. You know, and she was basically talking about how, you know, her ex was a quote unquote conservative Latina. And she was trying to explain to her, you will never be white. We will never accept you. And I'm going to let that play again. And then I'm going to let the next one play.
Nice way for me to say what I'm about to say. And I have said it before many, many times. I was married to a conservative Latino for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Same conversation over and over again. You will never be white enough. We don't like Benedict Arnolds, and that's what this is. When you are brown, you speak with an accent, but you sell out your own people, yeah, we're never going to trust you.
Nope.
White people are using you, and that smoking mirror that you've been indoctrinated to believe that it's not going to happen to you because you're not black, as a white person, I'm just here to tell you, oh, it will indeed happen to you. Because we will never trust you. We will use you to go after your own people. Oh, fuck yeah, we'll use you. You can kill white people too. We don't give a shit. But we will never, ever invite you in the house.
And so here's the other thing. Let's just keep listening. Now we're gonna lay the context. So you have a bunch of, I think I've explained, a bunch of Hispanic dudes and women running around with masks on. Okay, and let's hear some of the stuff that these cops are doing. Okay, listen to this. I want you to listen to this. That these
bunch of cops, police officers in Minneapolis right now are now also being illegally detained by ICE. Yeah, you heard that.
ICE is detaining cops. So you have these masked men, the majority of which are Hispanic, detaining cops. How does that sit with you? All my heritage Americans, where all my Nazis at? I want my real white folk to come to the front of the class. I want all the Nazis. I want the white nationalists. I want my real live rednecks. If you don't have a Confederate flag in your house, you're not allowed. I want the real white folk to come to the front. How does it settle with you to learn that these Hispanic ICE agents with these accents and masks are putting police officers in Minnesota arresting them? How does that make you feel?
Right. The cops, the one who conservatives and Republicans say they care so much about, they're being detained by ICE illegally, just like everybody else, being asked to show their papers. Female off-duty cops being asked to show their papers, and they don't have papers because they're cops. A bunch of fucking Republican dudes are going to start commenting on this video. You can check below. They're going to say, you're full of shit, Chuck. You don't know what you're talking about. You're lying out of your teeth. Here you go. Take a look.
In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands.
They did this to a cop in her city.
Prevented her from recording it.
So what now? Do you still back the blue, brother? Does this fit your fucking narrative? I don't think so, because you're full of shit and you don't stand for it.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna let that's some white people stuff. They mad at each other. They ain't got nothing to do with it. But see, they didn't let the rest of it finish. I want you to understand what else really happened. Hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly.
Officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction.
So the ICE officers have now drawn down on the police officers. This is lawlessness. I mean, are you kidding me? And come to find out, 40% of them are Hispanic. And I mean, I want y'all to think about that. How is this going to hit with a certain crowd? What is a certain crowd? Somebody type hillbilly. What is a certain crowd going to think about this? Somebody type Jeb in the chat room. What is Jeb going to think about this? Huh? Hit the #1 button.
And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were.
Really? So, I'm gonna tell you what because we don't have any real white people in the chat room, so I'm gonna let y'all hear what some real white people said. I'm gonna let you hear what they said when presented with this idea in theory. Okay, somebody type patriot in the chat room. Listen up, right? Somebody type patriot? I'm not talking about the team that plays in Massachusetts.
These people who are wearing the uniform now, you think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's what I'm talking
no.
about. Yeah. Well,
No, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
They can't be patriots if they're constantly violating people's First Amendments and their Fourth Amendments.
Yes,
it's against that.
It's already bad enough they're violating people's First Amendments and Fourth Amendments. Okay, right? They can't be patriots. So we're already dealing with traitors. Did I tell y'all earlier how Americans feel about traitors? All Americans. White Americans, Black Americans, those who've been here for centuries, is part of our ethos. I'm not talking about you folks who just got here. I'm not talking about you just showed up, your parents just got you only 3 generations in. I'm talking about those of us who can trace our heritage back to 1,700. We do not like traitors. We do not like traitors. Listen to what these gentlemen have to say.
It's against the Constitution to identify people without reasonable articulable suspicion.
Due process.
You can't just identify somebody based on the color of their skin. That's completely against the Fourth Amendment.
Or that they have an accent.
Or if they have an accent.
Exactly.
Or if they have an accent. Listen.
Yeah.
I do not agree with that 100%.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your service. I appreciate.
You hear what he said? If they have an accent, you understand? Y'all missed that. That was hilarious the way he threw that in there. But anyway, fam, I got a couple of things that I want to share with you guys. Because again, I have to take into account that maybe they were never introduced to this information. Maybe they don't understand what Black Americans have had to deal with. Maybe that's it. All right. And then I came across this video right here. Shout out to Abuela. All right. Shout out to Abuela. I want you to listen to what this lovely.
Todo el museo del africano.
She speaks Spanish, but she is dropping some real knowledge on her grandson. She's 92 years old. She's an abuela, and she's giving her thoughts on racism in America. I want you to listen and read what she says at the bottom.
Pero te gustó el museo del africano americano.
Like, did you like that museum, the African American Museum? Okay, that's what she's saying.
Sí, mucho.
Yeah.
¿Qué tenía?
Bueno, es muy grande, tiene muchas cosas. En la parte de abajo tiene toda la historia del esclavismo, de cómo fue la etapa esclavista, que luego ellos llaman la etapa de segregación, que es hasta los años 60, ¿no? Y luego la etapa en que se va mejorando un poco. Pero la verdad que después de tantos años que se eliminó la esclavitud.
She's describing her experience in the slave museum, and she said, when I went to the bottom of the slave museum, it had a very extensive history on slavery. You know, that's what she's saying.
Los negros siguen sufriendo en este país. Como,
and the Black people are still suffering in America. This is what she's telling us. So it's not like folk don't know. It's not like they choose to be racist, because their people know what's really going on. You understand?
¿Te acuerdas la película que vimos? Del abogado negro salido de Harvard, que lo mandaron a Alabama. Alabama, ¿te acuerdas? Como ahí los únicos que eran culpables eran los negros. Y no, como decía uno, nací para ser culpable. Nací para ser culpable. I was born to be ¿cómo se dice culpable?
At fault.
In other words, she said Black Americans are born to be culpable, born to be at fault. This is her perception of life for Black people in America. Your mere existence calls for you to be, you know, harassed or arrested by the police. This is what Abuela is saying. Shout out to Abuela. Thank you. So let's be
like you're guilty.
Yeah. I was born, since I was born,
somebody type born guilty in the chat room.
It was like that. Yes, it's horrible.
Y nunca cambia. No. El problema nunca cambia para los negros.
Bueno, hay de todo. Hay gente blanca que es buena, ¿no? Pero, for instance, all the people who work there at that museum.
You see, you just flipped into the Spanish. Don't do that. You go back to Spanish. You go back to, don't you be flipping from English to Spanish, Abuela. But let's keep listening. Go ahead.
They are all black.
Shout out to Jane the Virgin. I learned a lot of Spanish watching Jane the Virgin. I really did. And, you know, Ciamato, I hated Ciamato, but that's another story. Let's get
black. They are some white person, but most are black. And then all the people who visit the museum, most of them are black. They are also some whites, of course, but most of people who visit.
They are also so wise. You hear what she said? Most of the Black people in the museum are wise, and the people who visit the museum are wise because we know our history, and we are a group of people who are very in tune. The problem that most of you all have is that you run across the Black people who are the lowest and most impoverished, because when you get to this country, you end up living in the ghettos with them. And so that's your perception of Black people. We don't really associate with them, but you do. And so that's your perception. And for whatever reason, the ghetto black people have gotten the microphone, and they've been holding on to the microphone since the 1990s when hip hop took over. But we've taken that back. All right. But anyway, let's keep listening.
Are black. Yeah. And so, mira, tienen en la parte de abajo estas etapas de lo que pasó con los negros desde los años 1400.
We went all the way back to the 1500s, 1400s.
Porque lo de la esclavitud empezó como una cosa ya más desde el año 1500. Entonces, hasta el año 1870 con Lincoln. Yeah. But you know that Lincoln, they said there that he was a person who eliminated the president.
She's trying to explain to him about Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation. This lady's 92 years old. She's about 100 years old.
And who eliminated slavery.
Being this lucid and knowledgeable. That's beautiful. I appreciate that.
You know that.
Sí, claro.
But you know that he was not sure what to do, you know, because he said that maybe the best would be that when they get free, they go back to Africa. Yeah.
Qué horror.
Qué horror.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just want you to think about that, man. So it's not like these youth don't have anybody who can't teach the history. They just choose otherwise. Okay. And that being the case, this is their history in this country. I want you to listen to this. Hit the #1 button.
To know this story. But for the rest of us, let me put you on to something that this country never wanted us to know. There was a decade in Texas where Mexican Americans were hunted. Not secretly, not by fringe groups. I'm talking Texas Rangers, sheriffs, and white vigilantes, killing people with badges pinned to their chests like permission slips. And this period has a name. La Matanza. The massacre. The
massacre between 1910 and 1920. All right. Does that sound familiar? Y'all remember the summer of 1990? White folk was in a rampage. Okay. Hit the #1 button.
To 1920. And the only reason you didn't learn about it in school is because Texas made sure you never did. So how did this all start? Let me tell you. Texas was in a panic. The Mexican Revolution was happening right across the border. And white ranchers were afraid that the land that they had stolen might not stay stolen. So the state did what America always does when it wants to justify violence. It manufactured a threat. Mexicans are dangerous. Mexicans are bandits. Mexicans are rebels. Mexicans are spies. And once you label an entire group as a threat, you've already written the permission slip for violence. That's when the killings began. Door-to-door raids, kidnappings, interrogations.
I want you Mexican folk and Latinos to understand that they don't like you all as much as they don't like us. You know, there's a difference between how we're dealt with and how you all are dealt with, because we have a better understanding of them than you all do. You all still think you can cozy up next to these white folk. You all think it's safety being next to white folk, and we've long since learned that is the least safe place to be. Hit the #1 button.
Shootings without trial. Some people were murdered crossing the wrong patch of road. Some were murdered just for being Mexican in the wrong town. Texas called it law and order, but history calls it what it was: state-sanctioned terror. Entire communities lived in fear. Fear of men on horseback wearing ranger badges. No warrants, no trials, no accountability. Historians confirm that hundreds of Mexican Americans were killed. And the real...
She's talking about Mexican Americans. She's saying 1910 to 1920, they were killing American citizens of Mexican descent. That's what this lady is. That's La Matanza. I butchered the name. La Matanza, which means the massacre. Okay.
The number may reach into the thousands because most of those deaths weren't documented. Families were scared to ask questions. Bodies were dumped in the Rio Grande. Names went unrecorded. And witnesses stayed silent to stay alive. The Rangers carried out lynchings, public shootings, and executions without trial, all under the banner of protection. This wasn't a riot, it wasn't a conflict, it was a purge. By 1919, the violence was so widespread that Texas legislature had no choice but to launch an investigation. The Canales investigation, hundreds of pages of testimony, witnesses describing murders, tortures, disappearances. And what happened? Almost no one was punished.
Nobody.
A few rangers were dismissed. Most kept their jobs and some were even promoted. And their findings? Buried, not taught, not acknowledged.
They have schools named after them right now, attended by little Mexican children. That's what you need to understand. That's what they did with them. They honored them.
Texas rewrote the story and turned the Rangers into heroes. They didn't forget La Matanza. They concealed it. This wasn't ancient history. People who survived La Matanza lived well into the 1980s and 1990s. Their grandchildren are alive right now. And the fear that still sits in some Mexican-American families, that don't draw attention, don't call the police, that don't make noise, fear, that's not cultural memory, that's generational trauma. Meanwhile, the same Texas Rangers who carried out the killings, some of their names are still on state buildings, still in museums, still glamorized on TV. Texas preserved their mythology and erased the people they terrorized. La Matanza wasn't a footnote. It was an ethnic cleansing. And the only reason most people don't know about it today is because Texas decided that its pride mattered more than the truth.
Yeah. So, we've been well aware of Hispanic racism and, whatnot. And we understand that we know their history. They know our history. And so there was a call back in the 1990s by a very, very powerful man, a very influential man. Most of you all don't know him. His name was the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. He was a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and a good friend with Malcolm X while he was with the Nation of Islam. And imagine, he was a rock star. He was a political leader. He was last of a breed of men that Black people actually listened to. And so when he came out and said that, hey, we need to unify with our Mexican brothers, our brown brothers and sisters, Black folk took it seriously. This is one of our most powerful, influential
Brown
leaders.
brothers up in here.
And so what I want you to understand is, and I believe the members of the Nation of Islam even consider them part of the lost tribe of Shabazz. And so, this is what we grew up with. And so contrast this with learning just how racist Mexican culture is and how racist they have been towards not just Black people in their own countries, but the indigenous people in their country. So listen to this, and then we're going to get this thing cracking.
Ain't no hatred of our brown brothers up in here. I love the Mexicans.
But the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan to say he loved the Mexicans, for him to put that stamp of approval back, I think this is 1990 or 2000, that meant that, okay, that's who we follow. This is back when Black people follow leaders instead of a code, so to speak. All right. Let's keep listening.
You didn't hear me? I know who they are. It's a shame that you don't know. You ain't no Mexican. That's what you call yourself. You ain't no Spaniard. You just speak Spanish. You wear a Spanish name. Grew up in a Spanish type culture because the Spaniards were the killers that came over here to conquer the indigenous people of the hemisphere. See, you are the original owners of the hemisphere. You are the indigenous people of the earth. Only beef we got with you is the beef that the enemy makes, and it ain't real. You're not the enemy. He wants the blacks to see the brown as the enemy, wants the brown to see the black as the enemy, so we just kill each other.
Yeah. So that's what I grew up with. So, to my surprise, right? To my surprise, here we are. And so, I'm just saying, family, I'm just saying now, we've been talking a long time, and I think I've laid a foundation. If you ain't figured out that what I'm talking about is real by now, after looking at probably 40 or 50 videos, then you'll never get there. But at this point, we need to start the lesson, because I don't want to have you all here all night, and we have a lot of material that we need to cover, and I'm sure this is going to be chopped up. All right, now, look, these are the receipts. All right, and I got one more receipt for you all. Actually, I want you all to check this receipt out. This is not video. Look at that. I got this just for you all. I I blew it up. I want everybody to see. Okay, this is going to be a presentation. This is old school presentation. Look at that. Do you see that? Can everybody read that right there? That's one more receipt. Okay. Okay. And this is the part of the Mexican American political leadership and history that folk don't want to talk about. Okay. And they literally openly chose whiteness over solidarity with Black Americans in the mid 1900s. So in 1950, during the height of the civil rights movement. All right, and this is an example. This man's name is Felix Terena. He served as the president of LULAC. LULAC stands for League of United Latin American Citizens. So that was all of them. It wasn't just Mexicans. It was anybody up here of Latino descent. All right. And he was in it during the 1950s. And during his tenure, when LULAC, very powerful organization at the time, when some of the people in LULAC said, well, hey, let's go work with the Blacks and the civil rights groups, like the NAACP. The president, Terena, this cat right here, he rejected it outright. And guess what he said? Read it together. Let the Negro fight his own battles. I don't want to ally with him. So at this crucial time in American history, Mexican American leaders, one of the most powerful Mexican leaders, chose to distance himself from Black freedom fighters rather than build cross-racial coalitions. And at the same time, the Mexican leaders were distancing themselves, our leaders were openly noticing what was going on with them. And so during the 1950s and 1960s, you had people in the NAACP, people who were part of the Black News Press and civil rights organization. They repeatedly pointed out that Mexican American advocacy groups were not fighting the same battle. You see, while Black Americans were demanding equal rights under the Constitution, like voting rights and the end of segregation, Mexican American or people in LULAC, they were focused on trying to get reclassified as white. You understand what I'm saying? They were literally trying to have their group classified as white. They were looking for assimilation, and they were looking for social proximity to whiteness. There's a Black newspaper called the Chicago Defender, and there was another one called the Pittsburgh Courier. They ran the commentary noting that Mexican American organizations, they wanted to be included. They wanted to be, instead of being in solidarity with Black people, they want to be included with white people. You see what I'm saying? And look, and this is why, the idea that we could be unified, the message was clear to Black Americans, right? While we're fighting to dismantle this racial caste system, you had Mexican American leadership who were trying to move up and get within it. They wanted to be white. And so that historical divergence, it explains why the distrust formed very early and why these appeals for Black and brown unity failed. And the record shows that at a crucial moment in American civil rights history, the Latinos rejected cooperation with Black America. And they ran after whiteness, and they've been running after it for the past 75 years, still chasing it, and still hadn't caught up with it. Now, at the same time, I want you to contrast what was going on with them with what was going on with our Black leaders. You understand? And how they lived and how they died. Brother Malcolm X was assassinated on February 21st, 1965, inside the Audubon Ballroom in New York City. Shot repeatedly. They opened his chest up with a shotgun at close range in front of his wife and children on a podium. He was speaking publicly on behalf of Black people and advocating for Black self-determination. He was struck by multiple gunmen firing dozens of shots, hit his body. He died right there. Then Brother Martin Luther King. Keep in mind, at the same time these people are trying to be white, this is what our leaders are doing. That's what their powerful leaders were doing. This is what our leaders were doing. Brother Dr. Martin Luther King, unalived, April 4th, 1968, Memphis, Tennessee, shot with a rifle while standing on the balcony at the Lorraine Motel. Bullet entered through his jaw, severed his spinal cord. You understand? He was trying to organize against racial injustice and economic exploitation. That's what our leaders were doing. Medgar Evers, gunned down on June 12, 1963 in Jackson, Mississippi, shot in the back with a high-powered rifle in his own driveway. As he stepped out of his car, all he was doing was registering black people to vote, challenging white supremacy and bigotry and racism. See, our black leaders pay for advocacy with their lives. You understand? While they were over there saying, oh no, we don't want to join with the Mayates, with the Negroes, this is what our people were doing. And here's the cold part about it. Malcolm, Martin, and Megan wasn't just it. In 1969, Fred Hampton was only 21 years old. He was the chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party for self-defense. The man was shot and killed in his bed by the Chicago police. The sun hadn't even come up. He was sitting next to his woman, laying next to his woman. The Cook County State's Attorney had hooked up with the Chicago police, the FBI, and it was part of this COINTELPRO. They drugged him the night before, likely by an informant. And as he was asleep, the police came in and they dropped 100 rounds in him, in his apartment. You understand me? He was hit multiple times at point blank range. The man died in his sleep, never even knew what happened. You had other black leaders neutralized without bullets. Huey P. Newton, repeatedly arrested, always under surveillance, couldn't move. Bobby Seale, the man was chained and gagged in a federal courtroom. This is what they did to him. Eldridge Cleaver, they drove him to exile. Everybody knows Assata Shakur. We should. Black liberation activists associated with the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. She was shot, she was captured, she was convicted, and even there was some serious questions about the evidence. She managed to escape and left this country in 1979. In 50 years, she stayed in Cuba, where she remained in exile for decades. They labeled her a terrorist by the U.S. government. I mean, you've had dozens of black leaders in prison, exile, buried, not because they tried to chase comfort, okay, but because they were challenging power directly. That is the consistent pattern of black leadership. You understand? Met with bullets, prison cells, exiles, and death for confronting the racial order, while others chose what? Trying to be white. Trying to live quietly and safely and comfortable inside the system. And that contrast is not accidental. That's history. Now I want you to check this out. Felix Torina, this guy right here. As I said before, in the 1950s, he didn't die trying to challenge power. This man lived a full life, owned a restaurant. He wasn't trying to challenge and make things right for everybody, because everybody benefited from our struggle. Everybody benefited from the civil rights that our blood shed and our leaders gained. Everybody did. White women, minorities, people from other countries. He wasn't hunted. This guy right here, he wasn't hunted down though. He wasn't shot or silenced. He died at home of heart disease. At 60 years old, having made a deliberate choice to align himself with the white power structure and away from black Americans at a moment when unity could have changed history. See, our leaders died with bullets in them. And his generation of leadership died with comfort, and that contrast mattered. See, while black leaders faced bullets from confronting the racial caste system, these Mexican American leaders chose assimilation into and trying to seek legal whiteness rather than collective resistance. And that difference matters. See, one path demanded sacrifice and invited violence. and was willing to pay the consequences. The other avoided risk by aligning with the power structure. And history remembers those choices. And it explains why trust was broken, and then that's why it remains fragile right now. Let me say this. That's why Black people don't accept that we are all the same. That's why we take it at face value. The truth is we are not the same. And no matter how much folks push that Black and brown unity, we do not have a collective soul. They are not like us. And see, there's real written record, names, organizations, quotes showing how the Latino power structure didn't stay neutral. They made a choice to distance themselves from Black struggle, Black protest, to protect their own position. And when you stack that kind of history next to the modern examples of anti-Black politics and the targeting and the racial disrespect, it's not paranoia, family, it's pattern recognition. So instead of talking to Black people, you need to talk to Latino men who work for ICE, okay? Latino men need to check Latino men because let's be real, the people doing the arresting are coming from your own communities. ICE isn't some ghost or mystery force. It's mostly Latino men putting on masks, pulling up to houses, grabbing other Latinos, breaking up families, and then acting surprised when the campaign comes back around. That's not a Black problem. That's a sellout problem. And let me explain something real clear. In Black American culture, we have never played nice with sellouts. We don't celebrate them. We don't protect them. We don't make excuses for them. And when somebody works against Black people, we call it out loud. We shame it. And we talk about it, and we talk about it bad. And we make sure everybody knows. And that's how we keep people in line. That's how we stay on code. That's how we survive. That's how we have survived. And sellouts don't get peace in our Black community. And they never have, and they never will. Now, let me ask you something. And if you really think about it, can you imagine if back when Black people were fighting to end slavery, 50% of the Black men joined the Confederate Army? That would be an unforgivable sin. Or what about, imagine if half the slave catchers in the paddy wagons were Black? We saw that movie Harriet a couple years back. We still mad at the Black actor who played the slave catcher. You understand? And that was just fiction, reflecting history. But we would never stop talking about it. Ever. It would be a stain that followed them forever and their families. There's no way Black people would let that slide back then or now. Even today, if 50% of the ICE agents were Black, we would be nonstop. We would be on their head. We wouldn't be asking for help. We wouldn't be confused about what need to be done. We'd be saying those are some sellouts. And we'd be calling them a whole lot worse than that. That's a problem inside our house, and we would deal with it loudly, publicly, and without excuses. So when we look over and see Latino men making up a huge part of ICE, running around in masks, arresting other Latinos and Hispanics, breaking up families, and then turning around asking Black people to protest for them, hell no. Hell no. That is not how this works. Before you come talk to us, you need to deal with your own sellouts. That's an inside problem. That's a house problem. And until you handle that, don't ask us for sympathy, don't ask us for support, and don't ask us to sacrifice our bodies. Fix your code first. Now, here's the real problem. And make sure if you learn something, I should earn something, that's cool. But make sure you hit that subscribe button. Here's the real problem. Nobody wants to say it out loud. See, I've watched y'all. We study you all. We study everybody. That's how we still here. See, you Latinos are stuck trying to be white. And I'm gonna be honest, that fight is a losing fight. No matter how hard you try, white America does not see you as white. It never has, and it never will. There is no white card available for you. There is no invite to the club. Most of the time, they don't even like you unless they need something from you or you're coming with a warrant. And that's the truth. And what makes this worse is that inside the Latino communities, they have their own version of white folk. They got their own white people. And see, this didn't start in the United States. It started hundreds of years ago during the Spanish rule in Latin America. Back then, people were ranked by race. The Spaniards were put at the top, and the indigenous people and the Africans were put at the bottom, and everybody else was judged by how close they were to Europe. And that system taught people one thing over the other. The closer you are to white, the better you are. And that idea never went away. It became normal. And that's why you have quote unquote white Latinos today, lighter skinned people with more European roots who had land and money and power, and they had it for generations. In countries like Argentina and Uruguay, leaders actually encourage Europeans to move to move there to their countries to make the country whiter. I mean, they literally imported white folk. After all you've been through with conquest and colonialization and all that, you brought folk in. And in the Caribbean, lighter skinned families ran the government and businesses. Across Latin America, lighter skin still means a better job and better treatment and better chances of life. And this is called colorism. You think we got colorism bad here? It's real bad there. It's super bad. And to the American system, it doesn't matter. You understand? Or let me say it like this. Y'all come up here from Mexico. They come here from the Dominican Republic. They come here from all them places where they have that colorism. It works just like racism. That's why a lot of these people say, we don't have racism. You got something. And when they come up here to the United States, all those old labels disappear. See, Mexican, Salvadorian, Dominican, Colombian. Because see, to the American system, I mean, you might think you're different, but to the American system up here in the USA, these white folk we got, you're just a Mexican. All of y'all are Mexican. That's how they feel. Even white Latinos, they learn this first. Accent, last name, skin color, they're gonna keep you outside. You heard what the white woman said. And that causes a lot of confusion about who you are and where you belong, I'm sure. You thought you were white, and then you came here, you're Mexican. They consider you the same, you look like the same dude that's cutting the grass. And see, that's where the problem shows up. Because see, on one side, you got brown, indigenous Latinos saying, we're oppressed, we're colonized, we need black and brown unity. But on the other side, you got white or almost white Latinos trying to move closer to power. And they distance themselves from black people. They support harsh law and order policies. They repeat anti-black ideas. And both of these things happen at the same time in the same neighborhoods and sometimes in the same families. And so that's why you got LULAC and their leadership saying we don't want to have nothing to do with them black people. And you got members of LULAC who are black as the blackest Negro in America. And see, this is what Black Americans notice. Every time Latino communities get hit hard by racism, brown people come to us talking about unity. But at the moment there's a little power, a little access, a little success, some of you all start acting like you're white, or at least better than us. And then you link up with power and help keep black people down. And that's not confusion, that's a pattern. And see, it gets worse when brown and indigenous Latinos start trying to please white Latinos. They think if they play along, you know, I can marry a light-skinned Latino. They'll get ahead. So when they finally get a little small step up, they turn around and start pushing down on black people in America too. And that's not unity. That's survival in the system built on rank. And let me be clear, that is not a black problem. That is not a foundational black American problem. This is an internal problem inside the Latino communities about race, identity, and power. Black Americans already went through this fight. We've already learned we are one people. We don't break ourselves apart hoping one of us can be white or whiteness will save us. We know better. So when you come asking for unity and support or sacrifice, understand why we stop and think, hold on, you can't ask for solidarity while you still chasing whiteness. You can't ask for unity while ranking people by skin color. You can't ask black people to risk ourselves while you refusing to deal with your own internal racism and your own sellouts. Fix that problem first. Figure out who you are. And then figure out where you stand. And then, only then, after we have observed you doing that for some time, can we have a real conversation about any sort of unity. But at this point, the answer is hell no. We're resting. And let me tell you something. let me tell you something. I've seen it with my own eyes. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I've seen it up close and personal. See, a lot of people think the black men go to Latin America just to play around and hop on planes and mess with the women and then fly back home. That's not what this is. We are foundational black Americans. When we go somewhere, we don't just visit, we immerse. My Spanish is not great, but I learned a lot more between 2012 and 2020 than I did in my formal education. I spent years, I dated, I lived amongst the people, I moved inside the culture. We don't just touch down and disappear. We learn the people. We learn the food. We eat the mango. We eat the pastelitas. I forget what they call. We eat off the little food trucks on the side. We try to figure out the customs, how everyday life actually works. But guess what? We're not there to change the politics. If you guys were trying to get reparations in, I don't know, pick El Salvador, we wouldn't say, oh no, don't give them reparations. We don't get in your politics. We're not here to run your governments. We're not here there to tell anybody how to live. We come and we're very respectful and we move right, we support what we can, and we move on. And that's why people usually don't have problems with black American men coming anywhere. We quiet. We're not the colonizers. We damn sure ain't the conquerors. We know how to be guests. And because we are actually living there and not just passing through, we see what's really going on. We see how indigenous people are treated. We see how dark-skinned Latinas and Latinos are treated. And everywhere we go, it's the same setup. Lighter skin on the top, dark skin on the bottom. And whoever passes for white running things. Black men who travel will tell you straight, hey, you know, we're not chasing some fake beauty pageant image. We're drawing the real women. Most brothers want to go down there and get them one of them big wide booty, brown skinned Latina chicks. That's what they want. Somebody type wide booty in the chat room, big wide booty. Wide booty and brown. That's what they want. And if they can get it in the USA, they wouldn't go. They want a big, thick, wide booty Latina making them breakfast every morning and bringing them coffee. But while we're there, we watch and we see how race really works. So don't try to gaslight me. I know what I've seen. I've watched it in my own eyes, whether in the United States or overseas, the pattern stays the same. Brown and black people pushed down, whiteness rewarded. That's not a theory, that's lived experience. So shout out to the passport bros, shout out to the global gentlemen, shout out to the globe trotters. Because see, this isn't just a vacation, it's more than a trip, it's a cultural exchange. And once you've actually lived it, Nobody can lie to you about what really goes on. Now let's get down to some real talk. And sometimes the brothers who actually travel will tell you straight up if you have a kind of conversation with you. When you look at who's selling that box and who's being sold and who's being pushed into prostitution, it's almost always the dark brown, light brown women, the indigenous women, and the African women of African descent. You don't see them light, bright, almost white Latinas standing on the corner. You don't see them strung out. You don't see them at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder. It's the women from the lowest social racial classes. Most of the time, they're the Black or the indigenous women. And I've seen it with my own eyes. So stop pretending. You got brown women out there on the streets being treated like they don't matter, like they're disposable, like they're less than. And this didn't start with tourists. I see just as many white Latinos involved in that life as I do the gringos and the foreigners. That's an industry that didn't come out of nowhere. It started inside your culture. And now men from all over the world show up and take part. But let's be honest about where it began. And see, here's the part that really tells the truth. While Black and brown women are being used and exploited, you open the magazine, right? Or you turn on the TV and you look at the novellas, and they act like those women don't even exist in those countries. The faces you see are always lighter, always closer to white. But everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows Latino families got that one Black abuela somewhere in the family that one of their grandfathers then got pregnant. That one, La Negrita, okay? That never get talked about. She's at one of the oldest aunties' houses somewhere sitting on the mantle. You see, who is that Black lady? Oh, that's abuela. And we need to keep it real about that. So don't tell me this is about morals. Don't tell me this is about respect. When bodies being used are Black and brown, suddenly nobody wants to talk about it. And that tells you everything you need to know about how race and class work in those countries. Now, let me tell you something about real, about being an American. Somebody type American first in the chat room, because that's what we do over here. We love our military. We appreciate what the men and women of the armed services do. Shout out to the Marine Corps. Shout out to the United States Navy. Shout out to the Army. Shout out to all the men and women in the Air Force. Shout out to the Coast Guard and Space Patrol. Is that what they call them, the Space Force? We appreciate what you do. We wouldn't be who we are if we tolerated treacherousness and traitors. And that goes for Black Americans and white Americans. And that being the case, look, let me explain something to you, because some of you all get caught up in the race. You just think you can pick and choose sides. Oh, we'll just team up with the white folk. You still not an American? See, Black Americans and white Americans have an understanding that runs deeper than politics and race, okay? Little is known, we're more alike than people want to admit. Let's run it down. We speak the same language. Most of us are Christian. The vast majority of us are Christian. We eat the same food. We grow up on the same sports: football, basketball, baseball, hockey. Y'all play soccer. Soccer is not our thing. Most Americans couldn't tell you how a soccer game is scored, who the biggest player is. That's just something that we don't deal with. That's not our culture. But see, here is our culture, Black or white. An American will show up at the barbecue. He'll grab a beer or a soda, depending on your region of the country, a pop, and he'll sit down, he'll watch the game. He'll argue with you about who the greatest player is of all time. And we can all agree. If I say Kobe, Jordan, they all know what I'm talking about. Wilt Chamberlain, depending on your generation. Kareem, Magic. It just depends on your era. Bird, they already know what I'm talking about. For some crowds, we're gonna talk about firearms. If we talk about politics, we're gonna do it. And even if we're opposed, we still understand where the other person is coming from. And that's an American. That's just part of it. But see, that understanding did not come easy. Black America and white America have fought. We have unalived each other. We have clashed. We have argued. We've had real problems. But see, those problems were being worked out inside the house, slowly and painfully. The mistake we made was that in the 1960s, when the country was in the middle of sorting out its own problem, which wasn't perfect, but it was moving in the right direction. In 1965, the Hart-Celler Immigration Act changed the country too fast. We let millions of people came in who were not part of the black and white American story, people who didn't know our history, who didn't worship the way we worship, who didn't speak our language, who didn't eat our food, who didn't do what we do, and didn't know our scars. They didn't understand our boundaries. Somebody typed boundaries in the chat room. They didn't understand our culture. And overnight, issues that were already complicated became even harder to deal with. We had Africans and Caribbeans coming over here. We had set aside set for black folk. And guess what? They end up, foundational black Americans had to take a back street to Africans and Caribbeans taking our spots. Asians complicated, more Latinos. Before that, it was less than 1% Asian in the country. The Latinos were like 2 or 3%. That's why y'all wasn't at the civil rights, why y'all wasn't here. It was just a black and white country. It's 9% black. And the vast majority, I think 87% white. We had our part of town, they had their part of town. And see, here's the uncomfortable truth. Black and white Americans know how to deal with each other. We know where the lines are. We know when we've crossed them. We know how to pull back. Over time, we've learned that peace comes from respecting space, respecting boundaries, and staying on code. America doesn't like chaos. America doesn't like betrayal. And America does not like people who sell out their own people. That's true for black Americans, and that's true for white Americans. And it's been true since this country started. So when people ask, why don't black people jump in, or why don't black people support this, understand what really happening. Americans pay attention to patterns, and once trust is broken, it doesn't come back easy. And history proves that over and over again. Americans, we don't deal with traitors like that, especially race traitors. Black Americans don't trust them. White Americans don't trust them. And once you earn that label, it's never going to go away. White Americans still talk about Benedict Arnold. 250 years later, his name is still synonymous with traitor. And that's how long this country remembers betrayal. Black Americans are the same way. If you sell out your people, you don't come back to the fold. We don't forget, we don't excuse it, and we will not even try to explain it away. That's an American value. So now ask yourself this. How do you think Americans, both black and white, are going to see the Latino communities when it's already known that a large number of ICE agents are Latinos, arresting and deporting their own people, kicking in doors, breaking up families, sending folk away? You think that's going to earn respect? Is that going to earn respect? Huh? You think that builds trust? That's the least American thing you can do. And see, here's the part nobody wants to say out loud. The white Americans you're trying to get close to, this doesn't make them respect you anymore either. It makes them watch you even closer. And if you turn on your own people who've done nothing to you, Why would anybody believe you wouldn't turn on them, especially white folk, and they know what they've done to you? That's how Americans think, especially white folk. That's how this country works. And if you don't understand that, then you really don't understand America. Let me start with something I need y'all to understand. See, we know your history. I talked to you about, you saw the little video about the La Matanza, the massacre. It didn't happen in some faraway country. It happened in Texas. 1910, it got hot around 1915 to 1919. Texas Ranger, deputies, vigilantes, all of them terrorized Mexicans and Tejanos in the name of law and order. Oh, they were breaking the law. Same thing the ICE agents are saying about these Latino immigrants. You're breaking the law. Thousands of people were killed or disappeared. You understand me? It wasn't just a few bad apples. It was a system of statewide violence. They had local there was this thing called the Porvenir Massacre on January 8, 28, 1918 in Presidio County, Texas. The U.S. Army and local ranchers, they took 15 unarmed Mexican men and little boys and they executed them. That's what they did. Nobody was prosecuted. Nothing happened. They were just erased. This is 1918. There was no backlash. There was nothing. You understand? Now jump forward. The same disposable logic showed up again during the Great Depression. In what's known as the Mexican repatriation. This is 1929 to 1939. Some of y'all still might have relatives that were alive. You had Mexican nationals and Mexican Americans, I'm talking U.S. citizens and their kids. They were pressured, coerced, or forcibly removed and sent on the other line to Mexico. They say hundreds of thousands of Mexicans were sent back between 1929 and 1939. You understand me? This is what they think about you. It didn't matter how long they were in the country. It didn't matter if they had the papers or not. They call it Operation Wetback. Think about that. This is how they do you all. This is how they do you. Now, I want to address something else. Somebody type "you're next" in the chat room. They keep telling us we're next. You notice that? We're next. You're not, we're next. It's to the point it's annoying. You're next. Keep saying that. We're next. No. You're next. You're next again. That's what's going to happen. Let me explain what I mean. See, you keep thinking this is some new chapter where you're about to be targeted for the first time, okay? And that's not how it works. What's really happening is this. You're now, and you're going to be next again. And history's already ran this play, and it's done it more than once. Every time this country gets stressed out and angry or scared, it looks for people it already decided were expendable. And you all are expendable. The list has already included you. That's why you trying to work yourself closer to white folk. That's not going to save you. It actually makes you easier to remove when it comes time. See, this is how it works. when these folk want a scapegoat, they grab whoever's closest and easiest to isolate. That's why trying to climb into whiteness is a trap. It doesn't protect you. It just puts you closer to the door. So when they decide to boot your butt out of there, it's easy to kick you on through. They Sparta kick you straight out the door. And if anyone thinks I'm exaggerating, here's the proof. They deport military veterans, men who wore the uniform, men who served in foreign wars for America, men who bled for us, men who came back to America with trauma and injuries and records and problems. And then the system said thanks and still threw them out. You can look at the newspapers. You got ICE pulling service members and veterans and describe estimate thousands deported. And this is as recently as 2025 in Washington, D.C. Washington Post, they reported a Purple Heart recipient who served. He served time and he was paroled. He got deported anyway. So let me say it the way you all check this out. Look, if they're willing to deport a veteran, they already know sacrifice for this country. What do you think they're going to do with an ICE agent after his work visa expires? You really think that badge is a lifetime shield? Is that what you think? Right now, you just an entrusted enforcer. You're not an asset. In fact, you're a liability. You know too much. And liabilities get removed. And see, Black America, we already understand that. Earlier in the broadcast, remember when I said boundaries? Somebody type boundaries in the chat room. Because you're going to learn some more today. Boundaries. Some of y'all might have missed when I said boundaries. I put an extra B on it, boundaries. Like your granddaddy, boundaries. You understand me? What do I mean by this? I mean, our culture has taught us a long time ago that distance from white folk is survival. That's why we built our own things. That's why we have HBCUs. That's why we have our own Black churches. That's why we have our own Black barbershops and Black neighborhoods and Black music spaces and our own Black cultural events and our own Black music. Even now, we create our own enclaves. We didn't do that because we hate anybody. We did it because history has taught us that white folk get angry. They get frustrated, and hell, they get embarrassed. And it looks like, it looks for them, they're going to look for somebody else to blame. And that's when things get violent. Throughout American history, Black success has repeatedly triggered white rage. They call them riots, they call them race riots, but it's simpler. It's really white folk getting mad because Black folk are winning. And many Black men who were lynched weren't even criminals. They were business competitors. They were store owners. They were landowners. There was businessmen. Happened in Memphis, Tennessee, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, Florida, Elaine, Arkansas. Every single one of these cases followed the same pattern. Black people made progress. Black people were demanding access for what we earned, and white people saw it. And the response was suppression, destruction, and violence. That's why we learn to keep our space. That's why we learn to protect our own institutions, and that's why we don't rush to sit right next to white folk. We know how quickly the mood changes. And let me add this part, because it really matters. The quiet part that often gets left out is this. Throughout all of these moments in history, Black people did not just lay down. We fought back. And that's the truth. There were hundreds of slave rebellions in this country. We resisted from day one. We resisted on the Middle Passage. We resisted when they brought us in chains. We resisted generation after generation. That's the truth. But here's the other thing. When America went to war, we were there too. Every single war, Revolutionary War, War of 1812, Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq I, Iraq II. Did you know that black people are overrepresented in the military right now? Do you know that 20% of the United States military is black? This is how dedicated we've been to this country. We fought and we still fight. And see, that's the part of being American. We're not a passive people. I think anybody in the chat room will agree that black Americans are not a passive people. You understand that? And we never been, and we never will be. See, let me explain something to you. What's not going to happen is black men and black women lining up to join ICE and sell out our own people or anybody's people. That's not our culture. And FBAs do not have, we don't harbor a sellout culture. We don't reward it, and we don't excuse it, we don't protect it. And that's why we have tension, you see, not just with Latinos, but even with Africans and Caribbeans who come here with this mindset that selloutery. Okay? See, many of y'all's countries selling out is normal, selling out and fleeing. Somebody type flee in the chat room. That's what you do. We know what you do. I'm not talking to the Caribbeans and the Latinos in their country, because y'all are different. We talking about the ones that came over here. They fled. See, it's a different mindset, the ones that stayed and the one that fled. They're different. See? We don't, again, in America, black and white, we don't respect traitors. Now, as far as black folk, we've had a touchy relationship with America. Somebody type touchy. We may not be out here flying flags. We got our own national anthem. But don't get it twisted. We know the rules, see? Loyalty matters here. Boundaries matter. And what's understood doesn't always need to be said. And that's American culture. You on the other hand, y'all seem to think it's smart to pull your chair closer to white folks, knowing your history. Did you not hear what I said they did to you in Texas? You got an event called La Matanza, that's the massacre. The Porvenir. You understand? You know about Operation Wetback? You see how quickly loyalty disappears when politics shifts? See, that's the difference. Black Americans already learned that lesson. You still trying to test it. And that's why when you say we're next, the correct answer is this. You're not next, okay? We're not next. You're next again. Now, let me know when y'all tired of me. I got a couple of more things to say, and then I'm going to let y'all have y'all's evening, but I got a few more things to say, and then I'm going to go ahead and retire, okay? I'm getting ready for the Patti LaBelle concert. Uncle D will be attending the Patti LaBelle concert with Shaka Khan, and I got to go shine my alligator shoes and get ready for that. I just want y'all to know I will be attending the Patti LaBelle concert, and I'm going to be having a good time. Understand me? Just so you know. So I can't be up all night fooling with you all, okay? You're going to get what you get, and we're going to get on. Somebody type Patti LaBelle in the chat room. I love Patti LaBelle. I love it. I'm going to be getting it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But again, let me say this. And again, I'm not speaking for all black people because I don't want to, I don't want to make nobody mad. But I can say, generally speaking, we're resting. Is that fair to say? All the black people who will agree that we're resting, at least when it comes to this, we're resting. We're doing our line dances. We are, we learning some new skills. We're meditating, right? We going to church. We loving God. We loving on ourselves. We loving our children. But generally speaking, we're resting. What we're not going to be doing is out there boxing and battling ICE. We're not going to do that. We're not going to be out there battling a bunch of banditos. And see, this didn't come out of nowhere. Black America didn't just wake up one day and decide to sit back. This is a result of watching choices being made over and over again. We watched how people voted. We watched you sign up and enforce these immigration policies. We watch you stay silent through all of it. And the message is clear. You don't give a damn. Somebody say you don't give a damn. And put in the words from one of America's great modern Black American poets, Jonathan Smith. Most of you all know him as Lil Jon. He's a great American poet and songwriter, has inspired me to many a beautiful night hanging out. And he's a songwriter, and he gave us a which reminds me, what's it called? You Don't Give a. He says it's a song he wrote it, and it captures Black people's perspective, our mood right now. Okay, better than most academics ever would. And it goes, if you don't give a damn, we don't give a. You understand me? Y'all can fill in the blank. And that's not disrespect, but you all don't give a damn. That's why you got all these ICE members who are Latino. That's why you voted for Trump. You don't give a F. You don't give a damn. We don't give a F. You showed us who you stood with. This is what you voted for. Did y'all not see the video I played earlier? Let me play the video again. I got another one for y'all. Y'all make sure. Did y'all not see this? Hey, look at that. That's what you did. That's you. That's what you did. No, don't cry now.
It's been happening frequently at the 323 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
Out of here. Out of here. This is what you voted for.
Mr. Trump, we vote for Mr. Trump!
Yes,
Mr. Trump! We love you! We love you! All the way to the White House!
Beyond betrayed.
Now you
they
mad.
used us. They
Don't be mad now,
during
baby
the
girl.
campaign,
Don't be mad.
and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented
You should have listened to Abuela.
I will vote for
Donald Trump. You should have listened to Abuela. Hell no. Yeah. No, that's what you did. That's what you did. That's what you did. And you did it. So now I'm just saying, we watched, we saw it. We saw what you did. Okay. You showed us where you stood. You was exuberant about it. Okay. And now you surprised we not rushing out to save you for the consequences of your decisions. You understand me? Look, let me be clear. This isn't about fear. We are not afraid. Okay. We are not afraid. We're not confused. We're not ignorant. Okay. We are resting. This is rest. All right. This is foundational Black Americans specifically stepping back and protecting our energy and letting people deal with the outcomes they chose. You know, and we're done running in the fires we didn't start. We done sacrifices for people who don't sacrifice for us. Y'all don't even like us. Y'all got racial y'all ain't like us. You understand? And so on behalf of the Foundational Black American Committee, here's the truth. If you don't give a damn, we don't give a, and that's my official statement. Now, here's the thing. Okay? Let me help you understand something. And I want y'all to hear me. And this is for the Black folk. And this is something we can sense. I'm going to talk about something I understand pretty well. That a lot of people who come to this country don't actually like America. You think Elian Ohan, what's their name? Elian, what's the name? The lady that got somebody threw some vinegar on her. You think she likes America? Shout out to member for a month, Chris Barber. Shout out to everybody contributing to the super chat. Did you learn something? If you learned something, I should earn something. What my likes look like? What do my likes look like? Somebody make sure you hit have y'all subscribed to the channel? Are you handling your business? Because it's free. I know you hadn't got your checks yet. I know y'all haven't received your checks. Okay, we still waiting for that tariff check, Trump. We want that tariff check. Clearly, Nicki Minaj received her tariff check. We want our tariff check. We're gonna need to hold that. I need my tariff check, and I need all my money. Okay, and all them people I reported to ICE, I need $750 for each one. Trump, you need to send me my money now. I know y'all hadn't got y'all checks either. Okay, but it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe to the channel. So I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and break bread with Uncle D and subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and subscribe. Don't be stingy. Don't do me dirty. Okay, subscribe to the channel now, and I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna let y'all go. I know you got stuff to do. I know y'all got business to take care of. I'm aware. Okay, but y'all need to subscribe to the channel. We got 46,000 views total tonight. I guess, I don't know. YouTube is crazy. But I'm gonna need you all to hit that subscribe. But even if you don't like me, just hate me. Just subscribe and hate me. I'm cool with the hate. Is you know, if you're willing to stay up this late, you should know the next time that I go live. All right. So take some time and subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and do that now. Go ahead and do it right now. Subscribe to the channel right now, immediately. All right. And then also, I want you to hit the like button. Not because you like what I'm saying. I know it's some of you that do appreciate what I'm saying. You appreciate the voice that I put out there for people. Because I say some things that a lot of folk can't say. But right now, we only have 399 likes, and we have 1,000 people in here. Y'all need to do better. Do better. Somebody type "do better" in the chat room. Do better. Okay? Do better. But anyway, let's go ahead and try to wrap this thing up. Look, as I said, man, we aware. A lot of y'all don't like Elian Omar. Is that her name? Y'all, she don't like America, and a lot of immigrants don't like America. They're not here because they believe in America and want to make America great. They're here to use America. See, I'm a black American. I don't have anywhere else to go. And most white Americans don't have anywhere. You don't have another country to go back to. These people want to come over here, make money any way they can, just like those Somalians was doing up there in Minnesota, and send the money back. Get their papers, get benefits. You understand? And if they can, leave. And that mindset doesn't come from nowhere. I understand how many of you all were raised like that. So let's step back, okay? Because there's a lot of people still feeling sorry for these immigrants who are getting deported. I want you to understand, no, they need to be deported. I just don't like them violating our Constitution. I don't like them dirtying up my rug on the way out, because I got to live here. You understand what I'm saying? Let me be absolutely clear. I'm glad these folk are being deported. You shouldn't be in our country if you're illegal. We can't go to your country and sit up there and do all kind of illegal stuff and steal your money and stay. We can't do it. You don't come over here and do that to us. Go home. But the problem is, I don't like the way these laws are being enforced, because they're targeting black people, and that sets a bad, black and brown people, that sets a bad precedent. But nevertheless, these people who are here illegally, most of them, even they don't like this country. And the mindset doesn't come from anywhere. I understand how many of them were raised. Let's take a step back. I told you about the history. You understand that? I told you about La Matanza and what happened to the Mexicans and the Tejanos and their families. You don't think that's passed down? You heard what the abuela said? They talk about the history of how black people don't. You don't think they talk about their own history? Those stories don't disappear. They get passed down. Families remember them. Pain turned into memory, and memory turned into identity. And that's just the borderlands. If you go across Latin America, the United States and the CIA have been involved in overthrowing governments left and right, backing violence forces, especially the Cold War. Places like Guatemala, they had a democratically elected president. They removed him because we didn't like the policies. You understand? In many countries in Central America, we backed the forces and worked with local armies and carried out massacres against civilians. They don't like us. Again, I understand why you don't like us, but the fact of the matter is you don't like us and you up there. You see what just happened in Venezuela. They just stole the president. They just stole the president and his wife. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's clearly a black eye. You understand? But the thing is, see, that history explains the mindset we see today. And that's why it's so important to understand history. That's why I spend so much time focusing on history and trying to relate it to what you see right now so you can have a full understanding of what you're dealing with. Okay? When people grow up hearing stories about violence and intervention and foreign control, it sticks. It shapes how they see America. It shapes how they see fairness and justice. So some people bring resentment with them when they come. Okay? Not because they might hate you as an American individually, not on one-on-one basis, because their families lived through history that felt humiliating and unjust. And when that resentment meets real life right here in the U.S. and they meet the rules and the laws and the expectation, it often turns into blame instead of responsibility. They learn this at the kitchen table. You understand? You all learn this at the kitchen table. I know the stories I grew up hearing about how sometimes, what happened. Something was taken, how America cheated our people, how the system was against us. That anger gets passed down. But instead of learning how America works, some people just learn how to blame it. How did most foundational Black Americans learn history? We learned it the same way from our parents and our elders. We learned about Jim Crow because Granddaddy used to tell us how he had to drive all the way across town. And there's only certain places he could stop. If I type Green Book in the chat room, most of the Black people already know what I'm talking about because they got granddaddies that dealt with it. If I type Old Negro, Negro Baseball League, they understand this. We had that because they wouldn't let our people play ball. You understand? But see, here's the difference. We didn't use that as a reason to break the rules, okay? And that's why breaking the rules feels so easy. That's why them being rough on Americans don't bother them. See, this isn't their home. It's a resource. You see the difference? They always feel like they have somewhere else they can go. You understand? Americans don't move like that. We argue, but we don't act like renters who hate the landlord. A lot of first generation kids grow up hearing all these terrible things about America, and even while using everything it offers that's supposed to be for us. So when things don't go their way, it's never that they didn't prepare. It's never that they didn't have the proper discipline. It's never they didn't plan well enough. It's always the system is rigged against you. The system is racist. Or we never had a fair chance. Excuses, it replaces effort. And they compare themselves to others instead of asking whether or not they showed up. And they love comparing themselves to Black Americans. That's why so much animosity directed towards us. Because in their minds, they believe they're better than Black Americans, and that includes the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Latinos, the Asians, everybody always have a problem with us because when they see us shining and succeeding and doing well in this country, and they've been trained to believe that we're supposed to be a lesser people, and then they got to look up at us flying and shining and doing well, it makes them feel bad. Y'all just wasn't ready. Again, and when they fail, it's always somebody else's fault. It's not accountability, it's just resentment. And at the same time, they romanticize a country they barely know. They talk about how great their country was, how back home was just so wonderful. And they never even lived there as adults. They don't even know what it's like when the power goes out. They don't know what it's like. Your daughters aren't safe. The water stopped, the electricity bad. Don't let a hurricane hit. Nothing works. All they know is these stories. And all these stories sound better than their reality here. And then comes the land talk. America took the land. And I'm talking specifically to the Mexicans. America took our land. No, we won it in the war. We won it in the war, and I get it. And we still paid you $15 million, which is like, I don't know, $600 million, $700 million today. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. And here's the cold part about it. If you did the history, Mexico didn't even have the land that long. They had it like 18 years. Spain owned it before that for like 400 years. Mexico you just got the house, and you mad because I bought you out the house. And you got it. You took it from Spain. You understand? But facts don't calm the resentment and entitlement. That's the goal. So you can't calm that with logic. And so here's the contradiction nobody wants to face. If life back home was really great, there wouldn't be fear for y'all going back, would there? Right? Y'all wouldn't be fighting so hard to stay. People don't fight hard to avoid places they truly love. I've seen that up close. Nobody praises that. Look, y'all know this. Nobody loves their home country more than the people who are fighting the hardest not to be sent back to it. You understand me? But the bottom line is, imagine what happens when you get people like that who have resentment towards the United States, badges and guns and authority over the people and that they carry resentment against. The people that they had the excuses and blame. You see how that little African dude was running up on that guy filming him? That's resentment right there. Touch me. That's resentment. You see those people, those white folk in Minnesota that got shot? That little lady, she bumped me with the car. He shot her. You see that? This is what happened when you get people who don't like the country, police power over Americans on American soil. You understand? That's real talk. Everybody. See, that's why we have force replacing patience and control replacing restraint. And the trust is going to disappear fast. And that's not a theory. It's happening. And the good thing is Americans are paying attention. Now, I want to take the opportunity to read these beautiful super chats and cash apps, and I appreciate it. I hope you all have learned something in this broadcast. I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody. I have some more. I got to talk to y'all about a couple more things because we haven't seen the full effect. We don't know what's going to happen when them people find out that this is a bunch of Mexican dudes running around here cutting up, talking about law and order. Shout out to Omar Bay. Shout out to AB. Shout out to Jason Muix. Shout out to Robert Johnson. Shout out to Absalon Yamake. And shout out to Roastmaster and James White. Thank you guys for your cash apps. I appreciate you guys. Let's go ahead and get this super chat out the way. If you learned something, I should earn something. That's generally how it goes. Hopefully you all learned something. Did you learn something tonight? Did y'all learn anything? If y'all didn't learn anything tonight, y'all just po. That's what it is. That's a word I picked up in Mississippi. Y'all just po. Okay, P-O. All right, and if you learn something, I should earn something. You don't owe me anything about it. You didn't learn anything. You didn't learn anything. You don't owe me anything. But if you did learn something, okay, I should earn something. Let's go ahead and commence to reading these super chats. Big shout out to L. Jackson. Thank you for the 1999. Thank you so much. Red Sigma, you only call when you're in trouble. Ain't that something, Maria? Shout out to her. Yaya's kids. What's up, my girl? What's happening? Thank you so much for the $20 super sticker. Michael Price 261. But damn, right? Appreciate you. Molly Artworks, $3 super sticker. Good looking out. I appreciate you so much. Also, big shout out to Anwar Williams 8370. Thank you so much for the $20 super sticker. Michael J. 4755, grade level podcast. Good looking out, family. Grad level podcast. Good looking out. And man, big shout out to Fit Philosophy, or let me make sure I got that right. PH Philosophy. Thank you so much for the $300 super chat. Good looking out. Wow, that is amazing. I'm going to dedicate this broadcast to you. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you. You clearly learned more than everybody else, and we appreciate you. And we want you to come back. We're going to give you a front row seat the next time you come to class. We're going to move all these other people out the way because we want you to sit in the front. I want you to see everything. Okay, shout out to you, brother. Good looking out. He said, I love my brown brothers and sisters, but dang, the ones that voted for Trump is like the chickens getting together and voting for Colonel Sanders. It don't make sense for them to vote. I understand why rich people voted for Trump. I understand why rich people vote for Republicans in the first place. Hell, I'm a registered Democrat, have been lifelong, but I'm like, look, I make too much money to keep voting for these Democrats. They keep giving my money to these Venezuelan immigrants. I was about done. After that, after I realized that this is where my money went, so let me get this straight. You telling me I got to pay all these people. It's already bad enough I'm paying for these buses to be sending these people to Chicago and Washington, D.C., but now I got to pay the federal government to get these people $16,000, $17,000. Oh, hell no. At that point, I was done. I was like, they got to go. Shout out to you, though, Fit Philosophy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Also, let's move on to Bubba. I remember about a year ago, Mexicans were waving their flags, yelling how they're going to take over America. Trump is preventing that way of thinking. He sure is. Oh, we got 19 super chats. It'd be great if we can get one more super chat. That'll get us to 20. That'll be plenty. Good looking out. Yeah, we got 19 super chats. That's great, man. We can get one more. That'd be awesome. Who else we got? Candy Girl. But only if you learn something. Don't give me anything if you didn't learn anything. My man, Candy Girl, you got your feet up. You better take that down, girl. You know how many weirdos we have looking at your feet? It's people that got entire OnlyFans pages dedicated to feet. You better take your little feet down. But anyway, this is not our fight. Let's enjoy our rest. Yes, let's enjoy our rest. Thank you, Mr. Spurling. Crystal A8899. Good looking out. Also, B Hunter, the spot. We have all learned something. Praise Moses. That's right. Them brothers starving. Shout out to C Marsh 504 for the $2 super sticker, a superstar. Also, Devin Mitchell, he said, in order to work for ICE, you have to be a U.S. citizen. Could the U.S. be offering legals citizenship if they work for ICE for a certain number of years? Wow. So basically, brother, and I'm just going off your information because of my understanding, they at least had to be naturalized citizens. You're telling me, based on what you know, that they're hiring illegal immigrants and promising them citizenship to work for ICE if they work for a certain number of years. So basically, these are illegal citizens deporting other illegals. That's crazy. And apparently, it's a lot of Latinos that are willing to do it. That's a them problem. That's not a us problem. That's crazy. Thanks. Good looking out. Penelope, thanks for teaching the truth, the good, the bad of it. However, I'm so triggered by this topic today. Must be one of them days. Hey, man, baby girl, it is what it is. I'm just here to give you the truth. I'm just here. And look, you don't have to like what I say. I would appreciate if anybody would come in and refute what I'm saying. Please do that. But that's why I start off with all those videos, because it's not just me saying it. I just simply look at what's being said and I report it to you. I add some context to it. I try to make sense of it. I do a great bit of thinking about these things so that you can understand, yeah, this makes sense. It's not just me saying it, but thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate you. RS11, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Also, Kimbo, there's a rude, sudden, and forceful correction that is happening right now. Thanks for the game tonight. I'm still learning. Well, good looking out, family. Appreciate you. Okay, shout out to Chris Barber. Thank you for the 1 month. Member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Eyes of Waken, great job. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate you. You're awesome too. Appreciate you. Jason Mew, S5. I will vote Donald Trump. And Torian Jones, still learning, Uncle D. Good looking out. All right. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Also, remember, family, if you've been involved in a car accident, make sure you contact me at 713-229-0770. That is 713-229-0770. Clearly, I'm not going to make enough money doing YouTube, Okay, I'm not like one of these dudes with 1 million followers. I just give you the substance and I let you deal with it. You heard it here. All right. But if you want to help me, really, if you want me to help me do my thing, and that is practice law and make money. I've been at it for 26 years in October. Licensed in 6 different states. You can hit me up at 713-229-0770. I focus on car accidents. Don't call me if you need family law issue. Y'all go to the lead attorney. Don't come over here. I'm only dealing with car wrecks. Okay, car wrecks, slip and falls, stuff like that. Go to the lead attorney. Don't come over here and mess with me. Okay, don't call my office at 713-229-0770 because your baby daddy hit you upside the head and you want a restraining order. That is not what I do. Okay, you got to, grandma didn't leave a will. That ain't my problem. Get you somebody else. I'm not doing that. I'll call me if you on the freeway, you get hit from the back. I can help you with that. Okay, if somebody come on in and your neck and your back hurt, you walking outside, call me then. Call me right from the, come on, I'll talk, how you doing? Yeah, it's me. It's Dennis Spurling. It's you. It's me. I have people call me like, is that you? It's you, Mr. I just saw your podcast live. I appreciate you. Baby, you on the side of the road right now in the ambulance. You don't need, just tell me what happened. Give me your phone number. My staff will call you tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, man, yeah, I'm having entirely too much fun with this. This is too much fun. I'm having too much fun. All right. But anyway, I appreciate you guys, and make sure you hit me up at 713-229-0770 if you've been involved in a car accident. Have you all had a good time tonight? Have you learned something? Was this worthwhile? I know it's a bit long. We've been here almost 4 hours, and the truth is I only plan to go 2 hours. But sometimes I get a little carried away with my commentary. All right. Sometimes I need to let the videos play. I know I've been doing my best, but I've been cutting them off. Okay. Because some of the stuff I get a little excited. Okay. I get a little upset. But I think you all enjoy it. Okay. If you had a good time, if you learned a lot, even if I made you mad, did I make my point? That's the question. Are you able to refute any of the numerous videos and facts? That's what I want you to do, because that's the most important thing. This is part of my legacy. All right. Did you learn something? If you learned something, type I learned something in the chat room. If you learned something, type I learned something. Some of you all can't spell very well. Just put L in the chat room. If you learn something, just put L, or just put something. Okay. So we'll know that you learned something. All right, that's what I need you to do. The most important thing, subscribe to the channel. Why would you not subscribe to the channel? This is probably one of the most meritorious, substance-filled channels you get. And I come back every day with this stuff, you know? Sometimes it takes me weeks to develop these broadcasts. I'm not just going on talking. I'm actually giving you facts. Who else is going to give you historical? I'm going to give it to you. All right, so I need you all to tell me you learned something. If you learned something, let me know, because see, I'll stop. You know, I will stop and I'd go somewhere. I'm gonna go golfing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm like, people don't even like me. Shit, get out of here. But if you did learn something, let me know. All right, we see a lot of people saying they learned something. Let's see, Lisa Town learned something. King Boy, William Lynch, Mr. Riley Doe 504, Pure Honey. Let me know you learned something. Let me rattle your name off. And where are you from? Where y'all from? Where's everybody checking in from? Eyes of Waken. Is that Wakanda, baby? Are you trying to say Wakanda? Are you misspell Wakanda? Waken. I think that's what you said. Stacy, don't play. Let's see. Don't play golf with Donald. You funny, baby. Let's see. Kaji learned something. Okay, Texas. We got Texas in the house. Shout out to my Texas people. Birmingham, Alabama. New Orleans, Louisiana. H-Town, Virginia. Some of y'all can't spell. They can't spell. Oh, it's non-spellers in here. Y'all failed all the spelling classes. New York City, San Diego 619, Indiana, Denver, Colorado. Who else we got up in? Vegas is in the house. H-Town is deep. Ohio, Florida. Who's dealing with this weather? This weather is bad. Virginia, NYC, CTX, Detroit. Shout out to Detroit, man. I got to go up there and get me some gators. They got some nice gators and nice fur coat. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Let's see. Los Angeles learned something. Detroit, original from Nevada, really from Detroit. Shout out to you all. Okay, well, the other thing is if you learn something, then I should earn something. But if you don't have any money, that's fine. I need you to subscribe to the channel. I need to be able to put that 100,000 subscribers plaque right up there behind me. You understand? I'm going to shine it up and have it glistening. I need y'all to subscribe to the channel right now. Georgia's in the house. Virginia's in the house. Great food in Detroit. I love Detroit, man. Detroit got some great people in it, man. Shout out to them. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Please share. I look forward to reading your comments. Please comment. Shout out to everybody who's reading this on the rebroadcast. That's another thing. All right. So, Gary, Indiana. Shout out to you guys. Look here, man. I want to let me end this by being very clear. People keep saying we're next. I talked to you all about that. You know, we're not next. Okay, we not next, right? We're not next. You know, and the reason we can't be next because we're always now. All right. So y'all are gonna be next again, but we're always now. Y'all probably never heard that before. All right. There's never been a time when it wasn't on us. And when I say us, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about Black Americans, colored people, the American Negro, freedmen. That's what I'm talking about. It's always us. There's never been a pause. There's never been a break. And while all of this is happening, all this going on right now, we're still dealing with real pain right now. Did you know at the end of 2025, a 43-year-old Black man named Keith Porter Jr., man was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Northridge, LA, in Los Angeles on December 31st, 2025. Did y'all know that? They had a vigil for him. I mean, this wasn't even a month ago. And people are still asking questions about what happened, and nobody knows. Just today, former Sheriff Deputy Sean Grayson, y'all remember that? They only gave him 20 years in prison. He killed Sonia Massey. That you remember the 36-year-old Black woman? She had called 911 for help. She's up in Springfield, Illinois, and this is back in July 2024. And this off-duty, he was on duty at the time, Grayson. I mean, she was in her robe in her kitchen, and he said, take a pot and put it somewhere. She picked the pot up, and he pulled his gun down. It got real aggressive. And last thing I heard her saying was, oh, Jesus. She said something about, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. And he shot this Black woman in her kitchen. And they gave him 20 years. He was convicted of second-degree murder. You see what I'm saying? That's it. And they gave him the maximum sentence today, 20 years. That's it. So I want y'all to let that sink in. These are not old stories. This is now. Black men are not safe. Black women are not safe. What are y'all talking about? We're next. We're now. We're always now. So don't ever think Black Americans are asleep. Don't ever think we're not paying attention. We've been living with pressure, violence, and injustice our entire existence in this country. And what some of you all are experiencing right now is just a small taste of what we've dealt with for generations. And see, here's the difference. We've learned how to survive it. So even if we're next, the history says we often are, we're going to be all right. Because we've been here before, we know how to move, we know how to protect ourselves, and we know when to rest and when to stand and when to fight. This moment is not new to us, it's just new to you. And see, that's what brings us, that's what brings us that to something I think you all don't understand. You see, something that you need to understand, but some most folk don't understand. See, there's a difference between foundational Black American people and Black Caribbeans, Black Africans, Mexicans, Latinos, Asians, Arabs, the immigrants that came from Europe. We understand something. White people don't fear you all at all. They don't fear you as a group. not the way they fear us, okay? And that fear is not accidental. But see, it's more than just fear, okay? It's respect, it's fear, it's admiration, but it's built on history. And if history would talk honestly, that fear, that respect, that admiration would be even stronger. The reason the foundational Black Americans are still here is because we've always been a mix of those things, and they've always attached to us. It's a very strange paradox, and I think a lot of FBAs, you understand what I'm talking about. You see, on the surface, you hear all this hateful rhetoric, but underneath that rhetoric, it's jealousy. There's obsession. You see, people copy our culture. White people copy our culture. They copy our music, they copy our style, they copy our language, they copy our food. They might relabel it and call it their own, but it's still ours. And when we try to build our own spaces, we try to develop our own little enclaves, people follow us. Them folk follow. They don't want us to go too far. Have you noticed that about white people? They want access. They want proximity. They want to reach in and get what we create, right? Even while claiming they resent us for creating it. And see, at the same time, foundational Black Americans and white Americans in the United States have a long, complicated understanding. And that doesn't mean we always get along. We always don't like each other, okay? But it does mean, okay? But see, let me say, it doesn't mean we don't all, we have an understanding. It's a rooted history. It's hard for me to explain to you all unless you actually understand it. White Americans understand when lines are crossed, and Black Americans understand that when they cross certain lines, we will resist. Okay, and that's vice versa. See, we fought back. We've defended ourselves. We've defended this country, and that history matters. It's why the myth of superiority falls apart in real competition on the football field or the basketball court or in entertainment or in business or whatever door is open for us. That's why they try so hard to keep the doors closed. If they weren't afraid, and if they truly felt like they were superior, do you think they would be trying to lock us out of everything? I want y'all to think about the logic in that. No, absolutely not. You understand? You see? See, performance of race is fantasy. And see, other groups don't occupy that position. I don't care that, look, there's no comparable fear or respect or admiration for other groups allotted to those other groups. And history shows what happens when a group is seen as disposable. Look what happened to the Native Americans. Look what happened to the Mexicans in the Southwest. Look at the internment of Japanese Americans. Look at the treatment of Arabs over the last century. Those are not my opinions. Those are patterns. And the fact that those patterns exist is exactly why history matters and why ignoring it is dangerous. Look, here's the part nobody wants to think about. What do you think is going to happen when these hillbillies and good old boys find out that there are a bunch of armed Mexicans killing Americans in the name of law and order? What do you think is going to happen when word gets out that it's a bunch of foreigners? Because it's getting out. And see, the cold part about it is you don't really have to guess. History already showed us how this goes. Now take it a step further. What happens when people find out that some of the foreigners don't even like America? And that's why they're treating us like that. That's why they're pulling guns out on police officers and unaliving America. What do you think is going to happen? That they see this country as something to use and not something to protect. Do you think there's going to be backlash from these Somalis? You find out they've been stealing all our money just to go home and they don't even like America? How do you think that's going to go over? And see, here's the thing. There's a group in this country that never forgets, and they never forgive, and they never take losses quietly. They are shout out to, they are that white power crowd. And history shows that when they feel embarrassed, when they feel threatened, or they feel outplayed, they are not going to sit back. They're going to hit back. And that's not an opinion. That's a pattern. I talked to you about Tulsa. I talked to you about Rosewood. I talked to you on many occasions about what happened after the end of the Civil War. And black folk had 12 years of progress, and white folks spent 100 years trying to erase that. And I'm not castigating all white people, because I've also told you, I had people complain to me, you're starting to get soft. I got black people telling me I'm getting soft. I'm being too nice to white people. No, I'm being truthful. And that's what you all need to understand. I'm not one of these panderers. I'm not going to pander to anybody. I'm going to speak the truth. And I'm always going to speak the truth. In history and time will bear out what I say. You can look in a history book. I'm just telling it how it is. I got white people to complain about that you keeping up racism. I got black people to say you're being too nice to white people. No, I'm just telling the truth. See, I'm an American. And I love my country. I'm a black man first. Love being a black man. Would never want to be anything other than a black man. But I am an American. And I recognize that I have nowhere else to go. And my loyalties are 100% tied to the United States of America, because don't nobody else want me. I ain't going back to Africa. My name is not I Show Speed. Okay, I ain't got nothing to do with me. I shout out to that little brother. I love it for him, but that ain't where I'm supposed to be. But the bottom line is, let's slide back to what I was talking about. Now, again, there's a group of people in this country. Somebody type hillbilly, redneck, you call it what you want to. They have suit and ties on now. Okay, but the bottom line is, look, back in 1917, there was a bunch of black soldiers, 100 black soldiers at the 24th Infantry Regiment, and they were treated bad. They had to deal with constant racial abuse and police harassment. This law enforcement, these federal agents, this police, this is soldiers. It happened at Camp Logan, right near the city of Houston, August 23rd, 1917. The police beat up and arrested one of the brothers, right? One of the soldiers, and the soldiers marched in. Shots were fired, 16 white folk, civilian, and police were killed, along with 4 other soldiers. In the aftermath, 110 black soldiers were court-martialed, 19 were executed, and dozens were given life sentences in largest military trial in U.S. history at the time. Now, of course, now in hindsight, we know that the trial was unfair and it was rooted in racism of the era. Okay? That was over a century ago, some people in America still carry that memory of that beating and that embarrassment and that humiliation. And they react today the same way. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Certain white men, certain white women, we call them good old boys. That's the least of the worst that we can call them. We call them hillbillies. That's a racist crowd. Okay? You see? And when they get word of violence, especially violence they think was done by outsiders of people they have already have resentment towards, their instinct hasn't always been calm and rational. History shows that backlash doesn't stay in courtrooms in America. It doesn't stay in news reports. It hits people. It hits families. It hits neighborhoods. Every time white supremacy feels challenged or exposed, it looks for someone to blame. It doesn't care about details. It doesn't care about facts. It runs on anger and fear, and that's how mobs form. That's how innocent people get pulled in. You see? And that's how whole communities end up paying for actions of a few. So when violence happens and people start whispering, what was it, them? It won't matter who actually did it. The assumption will already be there, and once the story spreads, it doesn't stop on its own. That's why this moment is dangerous. So instead of asking if black people are next, the real question should be, what happens next? because history shows that backlash doesn't hit policy, it hits people. And let's say it plainly, the reason some of you you folk keep saying that black people are next is because misery loves company. You want us to feel the way you feel right now. You want us to be under the same pressure and fear that you under the same heat, but wishing suffering on us, that doesn't protect you. It just shows you don't understand how this country really works. And that misunderstanding always comes with consequences. And those consequences are afoot. I want to thank everybody for the time they spent with me this evening. I certainly appreciate you all. I thank you all so much for the time. I've had a great time. Shout out to all the black people, the white people, the Hispanic people. Shout out to all the white supremacists. Shout out to all the pro-blacks. Shout out to all the liberals, lesbians, lambdas, late nights, everybody, the drug users, the alcoholics. I appreciate everybody for being here tonight. Y'all make sure all y'all get together and hit the like button and show me your appreciation. Everybody can subscribe to my channel, okay? I appreciate each and every one of you. I've had a wonderful time. You know, man, look, thanks. God bless you all. I love you all. And as I always said this time, this is Uncle D, and I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.